right, and we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
We have fine folks here from Fuzzy Monkey Films. They have some cool stuff. Some stuff coming out, some stuff out now. We have Tim Hale.
Oh, good evening, ghouls and goblins.
Very excited. He's very excited to be here, which is nice. Rosaria, Elsa.
Hello, everybody.
Kay Leahy. I should have asked how to say your last name.
Leahy.
Leahy. Kay Leahy.
Yeah.
Leahy. I'm gonna edit that in post, and I'll look very smart. And Justin Martin.
Yes, we come in peace.
Good. That's
or
good.
pieces.
Yeah.
Pieces.
Right. Yeah, that's a famous line from a movie. I come in peace, or you come in peace and you go in pieces.
Either way, it sounds great to me.
Yeah,
It does sound great, yeah.
It's good. It's a good movie. It escapes my mind right now. But so first of all, Fuzzy Monkey Films. Can you give us an idea of what's like the origin of that name?
Well, first day, I think we need to reflect back amongst the four of us here. Do we know what the origin is of Fuzzy
Oh, maybe not.
Did we ask Brad? No. That's a question
That's
for
a
Brad.
good question. I did hear from somebody, though, that it used to be a porn company name, so I don't know. But I'll go with that.
Well, there's primates everywhere, and
There are.
Fuzzy Monkey Films brings across actors from many different states, the DMV area, now the O area. So primates everywhere. I guess that makes us all fuzzy monkeys in a way.
Well, that's
Love
true.
that.
So all four of you are in Killer Campout Part 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
And first of all, when will that be available for everyone to see?
Oh, come to the Havre de Grace Theater down in Maryland. We've got that coming up May 26th. It's a Sunday, and you can catch it a double feature weekend with Crackoon on the 25th.
Oh, wow. Nice. That's
Yeah.
great.
And it's definitely a movie that would be fun to watch with an audience. Both horror and comedy are the most fun movies to watch with an audience.
Absolutely. And it will be out on streaming networks as well, but that'll be later in the fall. So hopefully those of you who are willing to travel, or if you're in the DMV area, you definitely want to come. We've never had a double premiere weekend. So this is huge for Fuzzy Monkey, but this is huge for all the cast and crew. Like, This is our first time. We're going to pop that fuzzy cherry.
The double
Well, and
fuzzy
a lot of the people who are going to get to come to this premiere are actually going to come get to meet a lot of the actors because a lot of us are going to go.
Oh, that's very
excellent.
cool. Yeah.
There's going to be a Q&A at the end. So if you guys like to ask questions to everyone about the journey, then definitely stay for after the premiere so you guys can ask everybody questions.
Yeah.
Now, have you all actually seen the finished movie?
Nope.
No.
Wow.
Very exciting.
The first time will be
Reading it from us.
the first time will be for us at least will be in the theater.
Oh wow! I've actually seen it. I feel like I've won up on the people.
Oh,
I won't spoil your movie for you though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
not on air. Not on air.
we might already know, but you know,
Oh yeah,
the audience doesn't know. Yeah.
I didn't put that together. That's possible, but
I don't
no,
know.
that'll be
It's
fun
so
for
crazy.
everyone to see it for the first time. What are you saying, Tim? Sorry.
Oh no, I got you. Sorry, I caught you in the middle there, Gator. But I was just saying, when you're on set and you're making a movie, you see it, you live it for a few weeks, days, months at a time, whatever. But editing is where the movie is truly made because you're putting everything in it, stitching the Frankenstein together, giving those electricity. Like, oh yeah, stoked.
So,
That's really exciting.
yeah. So, how did you all get involved? We'll start with Kay. How did you get involved in Fuzzy Monkey, and how did you get involved in Killer Campout 2?
So I've wanted to work with Brad for a while before this, and I had just seen Shriek Show, which is really awesome. You should definitely go check it out if you haven't already. And I'm friends with a lot of people in Shriek Show, and I did Bloody Summer Camp with Slasher 15 and Dave Kerr. And so I was kind of already in the community, and I saw that Brad was auditioning for this part, and I was like, I would love to come work with you. And I auditioned for Carolyn, and Ta-da! Got it.
That's very exciting. How
So you
about
said you've been in a lot of different films too, and I'm seeing, I don't know if all of you have worked in, there's tons and tons and tons of Fuzzy Monkey films. Tons of them.
Yeah, this is my first one with Brad. This is my
cool.
first Fuzzy Monkey films.
What was it as fun as you were hoping it would be?
It was more, honestly, because the entirety, I was expecting, I'm not sure what I was expecting. You never do when you go to indie horror, but I had met Brad and I was really excited to work with Brad, and I'd loved his work that I had seen. And then I met these crazy cats and the rest of the cast and crew. And we basically pretty much all lived together during the whole filming process. So we were all constantly around each other, and we really had a chance to bond, and the camaraderie on set was really amazing. So yeah, it was a phenomenal experience.
Awesome. And Tim, how did you get involved?
We'll say Braddington, he had viewed my work via the way of a short film called Back Again, which is incorporated in his film, his anthology, Frames of Fear 3. So that's where he first saw me. And then actually the next film, Brimstone Incorporated, another anthology, I was in one installment called Mama's Boy, and he directed the third installment, which was Skunkweed. And so saw me that way. And then when KC2 came about, Killer Campout Part 2, he reached out and said, hey, the role of Craig was suddenly the person had to step out. Are you in? Sent me the script. I was like, Brad, count me in, bring me out. And he did. Took care of me the whole way through. Meaning, just super cool guy, great set, great environment, great people. Put us up in this awesome cabin for, a week. Like, not no shitty Evil Dead cabin, like a really nice place. And came in on a Friday night, met all these swell folks. And I've never been much of a STEM guy, but we had a lot of chemistry.
The terrible one is doing this terrible. Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Terrible Troy is here with us. And Rosaria, how did you get involved?
So
and are you a STEM person?
Definitely not, but I agree. I'm a chemistry person. I was in Shriek Show, so that was my first film with Brad. And my introduction to him was actually through professional wrestling. So I do ring announcing and backstage interviewing. And someone in that world introduced me to Brad, Andy Weinberg, and kind of the rest is history. He's brought me back multiple times, and he reached out and asked me if I wanted to do Killer Campout 2, and I was so excited and thankful that he was giving me more opportunities to keep doing really fun work.
So is he connected to wrestling, Brad?
I don't think he is. I know he's a wrestling fan, and he knows other people in the wrestling business. So Andy Weinberg, he's a manager, and doesn't Nick do wrestling also, professional wrestling? Yeah, I think from maybe he did Wrestle Massacre, the first one. He may have met wrestlers through that as well. But yeah, that's kind of full circle for me.
Yeah. And how about yourself, Justin? You are muted.
Oh, did you call my name? I'm sorry. I'm listening, but I think I was like, what? Sorry, I'm hyped up on this double espresso drink, which is amazing. Okay, so the question was, how did I get involved? So I've actually known Brad for quite a few years now. Brad is my man. And he's probably one of the best directors and producers I've worked with in the indie industry yet. And I mean that 100%. Not that I don't love everybody else I've worked with, but Brad is my favorite so far. So now Brad, I actually met not doing a Fuzzy Monkey film originally, but going back, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, maybe now, I filmed a movie with a wrestler as well, Richie. I'm probably going to say your name wrong. I'm sorry. Acevedo. Anyways, he had a movie called The Mountaineer, which came out a couple years ago, and I was in that. And Brad was actually working the cameras and the sound, the boom, and And honestly, I just thought he was one of the cameramen for Richie. I didn't know he had his own production company, but that's how I met Brad. And then he reached out to me shortly after and said, "Hey, I got this movie Shriek Show," which Kay just mentioned a little bit ago. And Rosaria was in that too. And he offered me one of the lead roles in Shriek Show. And I was like, hell yeah, I can't turn that down. And that was my favorite movie to date. But one of these two, Killer Campout 2 or Crackoon, is probably going to top that. I don't know which one. Again, we haven't seen the movies yet, but so far between these two new ones and Shriek Show, this is, my third film or third set of films, if you will, with Brad and Fuzzy Monkey Films. So I am excited to see how everything comes to play.
I want to check in. Oh, go ahead. Sorry about that. I was just going to say we're jumping into a lot of information. This guy sounds amazing. I'm wondering if you can, for our audience, tell them a little about these films, what to expect, sell them on, going out, seeing it, finding it.
Ooh, that is so hard to do. But Tim, you want to go first?
Well, I'll just say, if horror comedy is your thing, then Crackoon and KC2, Killer Campout 2 are... Oh, am I blacked out? Can you hear me?
No,
I can hear you.
Okay, my thing showed a loadie. Anyhow, if horror comedy is your thing, then Killer Campout 2 and Crackoon are your game. Lots of laughs, lots of brutality. It's all it punches up, though. Nothing that feels mean-spirited and gross. It's all a lot of fun, and I think the love that between everybody that's involved in these productions and for the material, I think really bleeds through, pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on Tim. So everyone has to attest to this here, right? We all love horror films. That's what we're here for. And so if you love blood, guts, and gore, and even boobs, right? I'll throw it in there, even though I'm not a fan of boobs myself, but you'll learn that about me eventually. Anyway, it has all of that, and it's jam-packed. I mean, we have that are part of the production, some great special effects artists, and he really goes, in my opinion, he goes above and beyond with the kill scenes, with the blood and gore. I mean, Shriek Show in itself was just amazing, and still to today, Rosaria's death scene was my favorite of that film. So if you haven't seen Shriek Show, go out there and look it up on Amazon Prime or Tubi or Plex TV. But anywho, he does a great job with the kill scenes. He focuses on that, and his attention to detail is like superb. So to me, that's what sells it, right? Like the fans want to see it. It's your great slasher films, comedy mixed in with horror. You get the best of everything.
Yeah, actually, in my notes when I was watching the movie, the gore is great. Lots, and we're the station of decapitation. Lots of great decapitations and beheadings, and not to spoil the movie, but heads that can be split in two. And I also like what you said about it's not mean spirited, because it's very gory, but it's actually very fun too. It's not a feel bad movie. It's not like a Serbian film or something, which I like, but this is a much different movie. Yeah.
Start with a little one. Gross. Yeah. No, like KC2 really is such a buddy movie. It's so much like it's often when you make a camp slasher, like right, it could you could just use that as your backdrop, or it can genuinely feel like camp, and it was because like Kay said, we were living together, and just we're all quirky and fun in our own ways, and so I think people are gonna really enjoy, and then feel sad when we're dead.
Yeah, I think from some of the feedback. Yeah, I think from some of the feedback that we've gotten that's been like really, really fun is that like you can see our relationships come across on screen. And those aren't like, we're acting, but at the same time, it's not difficult to act because we genuinely do like each other. For me, there is a moment where my character does not like another character or several other characters. And that was really challenging for me because I did genuinely I like every single one of my castmates. So but getting to yell at my castmates was also kind of fun.
What was your favorite thing to yell, Kay?
Oh, it was go blow a lost boy, Wendy. Or go fuck a lost boy, Wendy, something like that. And it was just like a total throwaway line. And I was like, Brad, can I keep it? And he's like,
I love it.
Yes, you can keep it.
That should be on a shirt or something.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
idea. Yeah.
Right.
Marketing right there.
That's one of the best
Yes.
things of working with Brad, though, is he's so open to improvisation, and dare say he even encourages it. So,
Mhm.
like, I'm used to people, in Cleveland, they're used to my shenanigans. They're like, all right, enough, Tim Hale. But Brad was just like, more. I was like, more.
Well, that's because like you essentially like the part was written for you. I feel.
I second
We
that.
had many conversations about that during like watching your performances during the shoot. You know, it's like, oh, Tim did that so great. This was written for Tim. You know.
Well, right. Young talks about the archetypes, right? The different archetypes.
yeah.
And so maybe just Craig was written as whatever archetype I was supposedly paired up with as well, you know?
So, when Rosaria mentioned wrestling, and then I realized I have actually interviewed Brad Twig years ago on my pro wrestling podcast, In Your Head, for Wrestle Massacre. Him and
That's amazing.
some of the cast of Wrestle Massacres. You can check that out over on the other website, iwhitewrestling.com. But I didn't actually put that together at first. So, Rosaria, how did you get involved in wrestling? Like, were
That's
you an
another.
actor first or in the wrestling first?
I was kind of doing acting first, and it actually came from a TV and radio announcing class that I was taking in college. So someone from that class was a professional wrestler turned to commentary after an injury, and it was maybe like a year or two after that class, and I get a message saying, "Hey, do you want to interview wrestlers? Are you
Wow.
still like pursuing entertainment and all of that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, and yeah, let's do
Wow.
it." Like, so the rest is
Wild.
yeah. So
Oh,
from
yeah.
there, I started as a backstage interviewer, and now I've kind of progressed into more ring announcing. But I love both. But the ring announcing is really fun because you get to get the energy from the crowd, and if you're a professional wrestling fan, you just get it. So
Yeah, that's awesome. And I also noticed, Tim, you shaved the sideburns.
Oh, yeah. So that was my traditional look for the longest, was the big hair and the sideburns. And even for Carlos and Crackoon, I kept a similar-ish vibe, even more facial hair. And just recently, so a film I just made for 21 Days of Horror called, this is not my own plug, but all the same, Thin Bloodline. I donned a Nosferatu look, bald cap and everything. So I had to cut down. It was
Wow.
a shame, but
Nice.
something different. Trim the
Yeah,
winter.
I'll go back. Don't worry.
I mean, I'm a sideburns fan, but I still, it's fun. It's your face, so it should be up to you. Yeah.
Well, thing or two nice, but nice beards, though.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
But
in
Justin-
the Jones
Justin-
family.
Yeah. Look at those edges.
Yeah, look, it's like very model-esque here, Justin.
Yes.
That's where I started, honey.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I started modeling when I was 21 for H&M, American
Oh, nice.
Eagle.
Oh, really?
Boss. Yeah.
Wow. Those are pretty big. So when
Yeah.
you started in your history and you went into modeling, had your thoughts been, I would like to do something with a killer Crackoon?
Isn't that everybody's dream?
Yeah.
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 Nightmare, one of the
This
two.
is my stepping stone, right?
Yeah, you know what? Oh my gosh. So I'm not gonna lie. When I first was presented with this, when even the script itself, but before that, the role to audition for Crackoon, I was debating on it. And I love you, Brad. I'm sure you're watching, but I was debating on it. I'm like, Crackoon. I'm just not into all that crap, and I obviously we've all
Oh, I
seen
thought you just weren't into raccoons.
Yeah, well, when I love raccoons.
Oh.
So does Rosie. Rosaria loves raccoons.
Oh, they're cute.
But
Yeah.
I just
You'd
couldn't-
lose
I was
Neil
just
if you hated the raccoon.
Yeah, I'm a big raccoon fan.
Yeah. Well, this movie, oh my gosh. So all that to say, it was a complete, I don't know if I'm saying this right. Is it a complete 360 or 180? Either way, it's all the way around.
360 is when we go in a circle.
Yeah, I was getting dizzy.
Back to
180.
where you started.
Yeah,
But it
180
was
is like
great. Like, Crackoon was more than what I expected and thought it would be. It's not just a horror comedy. It's definitely more on the comedy side of it. Like, definitely a lot more comedy. And I wish we had like, you know, not the teaser, but the information we could have sent to you guys to see it firsthand.
Yeah.
I don't think we have one for this, but the screener. But this movie, I think, is going to probably top Killer Campout 2 for sure. It's just going to be, you're going to be laughing the entire time, without a doubt. And my character is completely different from what I've ever done in any other films.
How does that make you feel going towards the future with this experience of something? Like, it seems like everybody else has had their experience with Brad and has been in this kind of thing before and knew what they were in for and probably are going to stay there doing this thing. It sounds like a lot of fun. What about yourself?
Well, so for me, this is just, in my mind, the launch of my career. I mean, I'm 36 years old. In my mind, I'm old, but I'm not, and hopefully I don't look it. I use some good moisturizer. But in all honesty, like, these opportunities that Brad has provided to me are ones that I feel I may not even get if I were auditioning for another production company, honestly. I just may not fit the character descriptions or roles. And what I love the most about that, the fact that Brad did give me the opportunity, was that I was able to hit the ground running and really, really make this character, both of the characters in both films, something more than what Brad expected, something more than what everybody expected, which I love to do. I mean, my whole life I've always been a character and never wanting to be myself, always wanting to be somebody else. So for me, that's my life. That's what I do. You know, I live and breathe it. I am Will in Killer Campout 2. I am Frankie, super gay drug dealer in Crackoon. I mean, like, that's, you know, I live the best of both worlds. So call me Hannah Montana, if you will, but that's what I am.
Is that the similar experience for the three of you? Even though, you know, you've been with Brad for a bit, but just being in cinema, doing film, is similar kind of experience to that.
Definitely. Go ahead, Ro. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely agree. And bouncing off of Justin, I am so grateful for the opportunities that Brad has given me. It's kind of opened the door for more opportunities. And it's only pushed me to pursue acting even more and continuing to work on my craft. And I just love that Brad always brings back people. It just shows that, like, he enjoys working with us as much as we enjoy working with him. And I, like we've all been saying, like, I think it really reflects when you watch the movie, you can really feel the chemistry between everybody. So yeah. I'm so thankful for Brad and Fuzzy Monkey Films.
Yeah. Well, and piggybacking off of that is I'm also very, very grateful to Brad and everybody at Fuzzy Monkey. And of course, everybody who's welcomed me with open arms, you know, including like new and old cast, you know, who have worked with Brad before, this is their first project with Brad as well. You know, it's an ever growing family. And you can always reach out to Brad and be like, hey, you know, I have this idea for this collab, and he's always willing to listen. You know, he's really receptive, and he's just an upstanding, amazing guy. And he's so talented, you know, and he's incredible. It's been an absolute joy to work with him, and I can't wait to work with him more on future projects. So
you're in Fuzzy Monkey Films.
Yeah.
We're not going
and you know, we're not going anywhere. I mean, we may go and work with other production companies. Yeah. You know, we may, but we're all really one big family supporting each other. Like, oh, you got that part in that role, in that part. Great. Good job, guys. Yeah, you know, we're so happy for you. You know, and that's how it always is, at least with us, you know.
Yeah.
Fuzzy Monkey is home for us. No matter where we go and branch out, Fuzzy Monkey will always be home, because that's where we all met each other, and we have a relationship now. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah,
I like it. Our group chat is one of the only group chats I've ever been in post film that didn't die off. Like, usually, ours is, you know, been pretty consistent and still always fun.
After like a year later, I'm telling you, it's like we never left. We never left set.
Well,
Yeah.
when Kay said like she had a line that was just a throwaway line, but it makes into the movie, was that kind of the vibe while you're making films with Brad? Like if you have an idea, you can put it out there, and if it works, let's go with it.
Mm-hmm.
100%. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel
Justin
like-
and I have
I
a
feel like
moment
it's
in
more of
Casey
that.
too.
Yeah, I feel like it's more of that than being on script even.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. I feel like he wants you to add to your character, and he loves the puns. He loves the quick, witty lines. Like Brad loves it. So like he's giggling. He's probably laughing right now. Like he's giggling. As he's like, say this. And he'll start.
It's like, we're trying to say it, Brad. You got to stop laughing.
Yeah, he's amazing, and he makes it so much fun. You don't feel nervous around him at all. You don't feel intimidated. You don't feel worried or concerned. Like he just makes you feel so good, so good.
Yeah, and we come first as the actors.
That's great.
You know, he makes sure that we are comfortable before we move on.
Tim, I don't know if you got a chance to say your kind of background, and then you got pulled in, and here you are now. So what was your entrance?
Oh, yeah. So, Braddington's seen me in some anthologies, but when he rang me up for Craig and the script, the character, okay, so he was a guitar playing, partier, goofy, douchey, kind of somewhat gets ladies man. And I was like, all right, Brad, yeah, sure, I think I can do that. And it was a hoot and a holler. Crazy thing, though, right? So Craig, he gets into a number of promiscuous situations throughout the film. And I was supposed to start that Saturday, but I showed up Friday to, sleep and stuff, hang out first. Well, we ended up shooting one of my big scenes with Wendy. Shout out Kristen Burlett. We shot our scene that first night, only after getting to hang out after a couple hours. And this is my first time working with everybody on this team. And but the good thing is the promiscuous scenes, they were more for laughs than like, there was no real graphic nature to it. It was all for the laughs. So Brad just let me riff to your point, Neil, about like, just kind of let people riff. Oh, you better watch out, Wendy. The purple hammer's coming. There's the beef, Wendy. It all makes sense in context, but the point is to sit outside and listen to us film this in this tent in the middle of the bedroom.
That's because that's where we were shooting. Is instead of outside, you guys pitched the tent in the Airbnb.
Yeah, I had my room, but no, it was raining. But yeah.
And talk about like superstitions. Like I get freaked out with opening the umbrella indoors. Like to me, that means I'm gonna die. So imagine like pitching a tent and you're just in it. I'm like, okay, this is where I die. Thankfully, I didn't have a scene inside the tent, but I felt bad for Tim and Kristen and all that. And I was like, oh.
I agree about the umbrella. You're never supposed to open it indoors. And
right.
Troy might remember this. This just reminded me of something. When we were kids, Troy, Joey. Anyway, we used to spend the night out in the tent, but his mom didn't want us outside. And if we did it at his house, we had to actually put the tent in their porch, which was indoors, which I just thought was extremely bizarre.
That's awesome. No, I didn't know that.
It took away from the whole idea of you're out in the tent. Yeah.
I'm thinking that another Brad,
open, maybe, and, so wildlife can walk in.
Hear crickets. I'm thinking that maybe Brad's next movie can involve like a death curse of open umbrellas.
Write
it down, Brad.
That might be a good idea. Annabelle's onto something, Brad.
Okay,
I like the continuity there. I like this.
You mentioned the vibe about how that comes through in this movie, in the things you do together, and you mentioned other people notice it, and it's something that's come up on the show before, that you can absolutely notice when people are together and that they get along with each other, and sometimes you notice when maybe they're not going to get along with each other, even in those times where people are nasty to each other, like you were saying. You can kind of get that sense, and it becomes this ensemble cast that keeps coming back. The people want to be there.
Well, and I think that having some cast members you really get along with, it gives you the freedom to be like, okay, I have to say these really disgustingly mean things to you, but I don't mean them, and it gives you, they know you well enough to to be like, okay, yes, we're acting, we're doing a job. I'm not going to take anything, anything seriously. So that it makes it easier to kind of like let loose and do what you need to do.
It's a nice
in those
built-in
moments.
excuse too. Then you can just say, "Oh, it's just part of my character."
Well, dang it, I never had to have it as an excuse.
I'm just kidding, but yeah. But I like that, and I always say, like, when you watch a movie, and especially independent horror movies, you can overlook sometimes if there's technical things that aren't great. If it comes through that everyone's having a good time in the movie, or they're doing something different or whatever. But honestly, the kills are so it's kind of the best of both worlds. I think from a lot of people who like indie horror, is it's funny and the kills really are done well. They're not like really cheesy or so. They actually like the gore is done really well.
Yeah. The comedy's cheesy. The gore is on point.
That's the way we like it.
Yeah.
Who's the actor? Blackwell's weapon is absolutely gnarly. I
was gonna mention that his weapon's awesome. He's kind of almost like kind of a Guar kind of looking guy. He's like a big costume and stuff. And who's that actor and what was he like?
Oh, give it up for Jerome Christian. Love that man.
We love
He's a fantastic human being. The best person you'd want killing you, because at least you know that when he handles you, he's going to handle you with care.
Right.
Yes. He's such a kind man.
He has such a big heart. He's like 6'3", I think. So he might seem intimidating, but he's like the nicest person you've ever met. So you kind of giggle when he's stabbing you or slicing your head off. You're like, oh, okay. Like it's fun. It's fun.
Okay, I'll talk to you after this. We'll have a heart-to-heart later.
That sounds like a good button or like a pin, like killed with care every time.
I like that.
That's good. That's a good merchandise.
Yeah, tell him that's his new thing. He can pass those out after he kills them.
Yeah. You need him at the movie.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, no, he's incredible and he's super, super talented. He just keep an eye out for him because he's going to keep going.
And that's a really important thing with the killer is that they have to deliver that because you can, you sometimes you see people that with all their best intentions, they maybe don't have that presence and know how to do the delivery with their body. It's so important. So that's.
Jerome was in character even when we weren't filming. When he was in the outfit and the whole getup, like he had this. You'll see in the movie, he had this grunt that he kept doing. This just grunt and this moan almost that he kept doing, and he was doing it even when we weren't filming. So it was kind of creepy. Getting off.
I think he was just breathing because it was hot.
He's struggling.
Well,
oh my God, poor Jerome. He took a fall, man. We were doing a fight scene, and he was way dehydrated and collapsed under because we were filming on a hot day. Luckily, it ended up being okay. But that was probably the scariest thing in this movie.
It was.
Yeah.
I
can only imagine like a big tower of a person just collapse.
Yeah, that can't be good for anyone.
Yeah,
he was a trooper though.
Now I know a lot of you had it. Go on, sorry.
I was just gonna say, you all actors put up with so much stuff. It is incredible learning about the conditions. It's even if you love the people you're working with, there's times where you're in conditions that maybe not pleasant, don't physically feel good.
Like the barn.
Oh my God.
The shit barn.
The shit barn that filmed probably at least 3 movies and different scenes.
Yeah. I'm about to go shoot another one in there.
Oh no.
Yeah, no more crap barn, but that's where me and Kay had our first moment together. So that's good. Something we'll never forget.
We will never forget.
We need more information on the shit.
Yeah, I know. You can't just leave us with we'll always have the shit barn.
So it's kind of like this rundown horse barn that is absolutely covered with spiders and spider webs and dirt and dust and just all manner of grody things. And some of us had to sit on the ground.
Or
lay on the ground. In the shit barn.
Yeah, and there were, like I said, Rosaria did a scene in Shriek Show, part of her death scene. I mean, we shot a lot of the scenes in that barn. So many of us have been in that barn for years now. We're just ready to move the fuck on. Hear that, Brad? No more barn.
Well, if the barn is cheap,
Or
you
a
gotta
new
understand.
barn, anyway.
Barn
Yeah,
quit.
new barn. Yeah, that has
Upgrade
some
the
sort of
barn.
air coming through it. Because that barn, we were
Yeah.
sweating.
I guess the question is, what comes next? Is it something better, or something?
It's
with
preparing
more
you for
fighters
something
and
even
shit?
worse. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
Justin, what
I mean,
Justin
I
had
filmed an entire day's outdoors without a bathroom. So, I mean,
Oh my gosh, yeah. If we want to talk about behind the scenes stuff, the women more specifically going to the restroom while we're filming Killer Campout 2, we had no porta potties. So
no.
we
I
really
think I remembered TP like the second time.
The second time,
was like-
the first time,
Yes,
have this
second
nice leaf.
Yeah.
No, I
Nobody
think-
had socks at the end of the day, you know.
There was that hill we had to hike up to like pop a squat. Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
We filmed on here and we pooped up here. It was
and we filmed on Poop Hill later on. So like the whole time we're like walking with the cameras, like watch out for the poop.
Watch
pile.
your step.
Oh man.
That's why some of us went downhill.
You guys are ruining my dreams of like pampered actors here. Come on.
We were though. We
No,
were
it's
taken
worth
care
it,
of.
though.
Like the
It's worth
cabin
it.
was awesome. It was stocked with food. Plus we got meals,
Yeah.
you know, during shoots. Like
Mhm.
I've roughed it. I've roughed it in some conditions. I pooped in a Freddy Krueger bathroom before. Like this was not that. This was totally kosher. I mean, little.
Yeah.
It adds to the experience though. I mean, we were playing campers in the early '90s, so we were just
Yeah.
living it out. And poor Craig, he is the without spoiling it, probably the most explosive shit of all.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Let's see what you did there.
Fireworks.
Could be so many things.
Fireworks, yeah.
And if you like hot dogs, then you're gonna love this movie as well.
Hot dogs.
No, I do.
Beaver
Oh my
wings.
gosh.
Wait to see this movie.
Oh, and then that was
That's it.
part of the fundraising too. We had Captain Craig's
Oh my gosh.
Weenie Wednesday
oh.
shout out where to encourage people to contribute to the Indiegogo. I was like, spend 20
You did not
bucks,
survive.
send me a screenshot, I'll eat a hot dog. Well, I
You
ended
did
up
not
having to
survive.
eat like 12 or 13 hot dogs, but I only made it about 8 before I ralphed. And this
Yeah.
was on Facebook
Yeah.
live stream. So someday
And then put
I'll-
the camera into the bag to show us. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
So you ate them one after the other. It wasn't like, here, hey, Bob, this hot dog's for you.
Yeah.
It was wow.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I should have treated it more like a Dean Martin variety hour and like added some skits and entertainment and really gave people bang for their buck, but
Space it
instead
out.
they got
Yeah.
puke for their buck.
or just not included the bread. You would have been so much better if you just foregone the bun.
Hmm.
Well, I only like to raw dog it half the time. Like the bun is really enjoyable.
Speaking of conditions, since you're outside a lot, besides when the tent's inside, is there any issues of mosquitoes or bugs?
Yes. Yes. There was so much screaming.
We just mentioned the shit barn as one thing, but yes.
So much screaming when we were like doing our campfire scenes and the scenes in the outside tents.
Gosh.
I remember at least me, Rosaria, and oh my gosh, at least there was at least like 3 of us girls going, you
I
know.
think I was worse than you 3 girls. I hate bugs, and they were huge
Probably.
bugs. Like
Yeah, they were
everything.
massive. Yeah, it's just like
Yeah, and they don't.
Bugs.
and
There's
Justin,
no chill. They just fly right into you.
and
Oh.
instead of Crackoon,
But-
instead of Crackoon, Justin had to run in with something called itchweed, which is
Oh
Yes.
no.
Yeah, we didn't know. Yeah, there's a scene where I'm on the ground, tussling and wrestling with the Crackoon, and I just so happened to be perfectly placed in a patch of itchweed.
Wow.
So we didn't know. I was like, this is very prickly. And it was like,
Oh,
and not the good kind.
It was horrible. So I got up and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so itchy. My neck, my back was red. It was itchweed. And I'm like, out of all places to lay on the mother tucking ground, I'm on a little patch of itchy.
You find
They
the
have no
one
idea.
spot.
I'm terrible about it.
But that's more of that acting commitment. You're like,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Or we can get some
This
stunt
is
doubles
fine.
who
Yeah.
don't mind getting itchy. I was not a happy camper there, but it worked out. It was good. I was just, red and itchy for about 24 hours.
At least the itchweed wasn't, part of the poop hill or anything like that. Then it's been really bad.
Yeah, I don't know which one I want more. Shit.
Well, if you combine the two, it's going to be bad.
Barn.
Right.
Now, so I know that we're probably a little after the fact, so I don't know if we want to jump back a little bit, and up to you guys.
Anything's fine.
Without your head team here, but do you want us to give everyone who's watching a synopsis of the films?
That would be great, yeah. And your character.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
That was the
It's probably
selling
like, what the hell are these movies?
Yeah. That's what I was like. Come on, sell us
Much
on
more
it. Sell us.
professional.
Who wants to take one?
Whoa! Take KC2.
Okay, you're up first, Tim.
Well, say what? We've all seen a good camp slasher. Well, what happens when the young teens, elder adults, adolescents head to Camp Phoenix to rectify their lives? And turns out deceased killer Gene Blackwell has been resurrected. Who will survive? And will they die? Killer Campout Part 2.
Wunderbar, wunderbar, wunderbar.
Yeah, good job, Tim.
Yes. Kay, do you want to give your own synopsis?
It's about these group of troubled kids, young adults who are trying to reform their lives. They go to camp and are hunted immediately by a resurrected Gene Blackwell.
Oh.
And chaos ensues.
Mhm.
And a lot of fun along the way.
Rosaria, do you want to tell us about your character?
Sure. I play Jill, and I have my sister Yasmin who plays Julie. We are sisters who I feel like our growth has been stunted. We're just very silly. I would say the most immature characters of the group. And I'm going to say this politically correct. We're not very smart. So it was very fun to play something like that. I was very out of my comfort zone. And from some of the reviews I've seen, we were pretty funny together. So I hope that came through. I had a lot of fun with some of the lines that we had. So I'm going to leave it there. So hopefully, don't forget about the premiere Sunday, May 26th for Killer Campout 2 at the State Theater in Havre de Grace. So anyone that's local, it's going to be fun. We'll be there. The actors will have a Q&A after. And I think you get a deal if you buy both films. So Crackoon Saturday and then Killer Campout 2, you can make a weekend out of it. So
very cool. Is there a camp?
I'm sorry, did you want me to say my character?
Let's hear what your character is about.
So I play Carolyn, who is the lead angry girl, I call her. And like I said, she's trying to reform her life, and she ends up having to fight for survival and finding love along the way. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. She's a heart.
Somebody's lips. I find somebody's lips.
But do you find the hot dogs?
You almost did.
Almost.
Justin, do you want to give your own synopsis of the film, or let us know about your character?
Yeah, I'll give it from my point of view of my character, Will. So this film is based on Camp Phoenix, or at Camp Phoenix, where Will is the camp counselor whose goal is to bring all these troubled young adults together to help move past their traumatic experiences in life that they've been through, help to rebuild them and rise like the Phoenix, right? Be reborn. That's the goal, is for them to be reborn. but things quickly turn left when somebody just so happens to come out of the grave, of all things, right? Unexpected.
The nerd.
It just starts raising havoc all over the campground left and right. And, everybody's up for grabs, literally.
Mhm.
So it's just a matter of keeping yourself alive if you can. I will say with this film, there is so many, in my opinion, and I haven't seen it yet. So Neal, if you've seen the screener, let me know. But there's a lot of good twists and turns with it within the story. And especially like as you get closer to the end, it's like the last 15, I'm going to say 20 minutes, if I'm right in my calculation of editing, you're going to be like, what the fuck is happening? It's just such a complete turnaround. You're like, whoa, like unexpected. And I don't know if you agree with that, but I'm excited to see how it plays out and looking at it from a different set of eyes. I mean, it's been over a year, no, 2 years, I think, since we filmed Killer Campout 2. So for us, it may not be as fresh on our memory. So it's going to be like living it for the first time. Yeah.
And with that audience reaction, which
that'll be fun,
is usually exciting and scary and fun and
oh my God, I can't wait.
What you live for.
And as Rosaria was saying, if you get, so if you go to eventbrite.com, that's where you can find the tickets for the event. If you come out to both films, so Saturday and Sunday, the 25th and 26th of May, you can get the bundle pass for only $25, which is great. $25 to see 2 different movies. Of course, the theater has snacks. They have drinks, so if you want to get drunk and watch an indie horror film, this is the place for you. We will not judge you.
That is the way.
Get sold, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not so big that we won't hang out. Like, I'll probably be drunk with you.
Probably.
Even better then.
I just found this link.
I mean, I think I'm Ubering, so.
There you go. Right. Play it safe. And if you can't make it out to both viewings or both shows, it's like I'm talking about a funeral here. Both viewings, it's $15 per movie if you buy the tickets in advance online, or $20 at the door. So again, if you're seeing both movies and you have to wait last minute, you're gonna pay $40 when you can buy a bundle pass for $25.
Do them both.
Be smart about it, guys. So go to eventbrite.com and look up. You can search for Crackoon. You can search for Crackoon Campout, which was actually a slogan that I brought up to Brad. I was like, Crackoon Campout. We have to call it that. That's like the best name for this double premiere. So,
it's like the Barbieheimer.
Yes.
Yep, exactly.
Yes.
I'm putting it up right now. I already found it. I'm putting it up. I'll give Neal the link and we could float it along.
Yeah, and we'll put it here, and then we'll also add it after the show's over, add it on the website and everything.
Awesome. Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah,
Sure.
definitely. I will say that when you, if you Google, let's see what I use, Eventbrite Crackoon, the second one down is a leftover crack, an informal society live in concert. So that is not the event.
You've gone too far. That,
Yeah, it might be a different experience for everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
That's
But
a different crowd, maybe.
Yeah, totally different. But if we want to talk about Crackoon, so Crackoon, we just filmed that last year. So we're actually coming up on the year mark if we're not already there. So this is actually a fast turnaround for post-production and releasing. So Crackoon, in short, there's this new drug. It's a hyper crack, if you will, called acid mine drainage. Acid mind drainage, yes. And it's just the killer drug. It's level 1,000 of the crack, right? And, the crack dealers, so me and my crack dealer interest, I guess. So 2 of us are like these super, super flamboyant, almost women, gay drug dealers. Have you ever seen that before? And we were just getting in trouble. We got chased by cops. So anyway, we had to get rid of the evidence. And long story short, we're in the forest, we're in the woods. So what else can get into it, right? A raccoon. And our goal was to deliver this crack to a bunch of young adults who were just enjoying their weekend, in a cabin, on a campground or whatever. They're just enjoying their weekend, and we can't get the crack to them. But, something does start coming after everybody, and one by one, it just gets like a disaster. But it's so funny how it all plays out, guys. It's not, in my opinion, I've seen Cocaine Bear. In my opinion, it is so much different. It's not, but it is. It's so much different. That had a lot of comedy in it too, but this is more focused on those puns and just so much more comedy. Like, it's insane how much we just had a good time. Tim, oh my God, Tim's character, when we were filming that in the house or place that we were staying at, or Airbnb, whatever, oh my God, everybody was laughing when Brad called cut. Like, we were just holding it in. It was so hard not to laugh while they were filming. It was insane. And Tim had all these different lines in between the takes. Like, he came up with a different one out of nowhere every take. I don't know where you came up with that stuff, Tim, but I'm curious to see which one Brad pulls in of the 10 or 20 different lines you had. So it's going to be a great experience. It's so much fun. I love me and Rosaria's character. How we met was so unexpected. And it's so funny how we start off almost hating each other. Like, she gets beneath my skin. If I could punch a bitch without going to jail, I love Rosaria, though. You know I do, Rosaria.
Yeah, no, Rosaria's amazing.
Yeah.
You can't be mad at actual Rosaria because she's a phenomenal human being.
But Frankie didn't like her at all. And the way we started and the way we ended in this movie is we ended up like brother and sister. It's just a great story. And everyone brought so much to the characters in this movie. So you guys are going to love Crackoon. Probably both of these movies you're going to love equally.
Yeah.
They're both going to make you laugh until you shit yourself. So get ready for it.
We'll take our place on Poop Hill.
I suggested that once to someone. You know how they've given out barf bags at movies? I suggested that someone make adult diapers with like, you could put Crackoon on or whatever, and it will scare you till you shit your pants.
Crackoon.
Yeah, exactly.
I would totally agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. And then we'll make the sequel, Crapcoon.
Yeah.
Tim, do you want to, or Rosaria, do you want to talk about what's coming for our next production?
Ooh.
Yes, actually. So I'll add on to Justin's part. My character in Crackoon, I don't really think liked anybody. She was a little bit more of an outcast. So it was really fun to work with Justin and building that relationship together. So Finn and Frankie become the best of friends and will be making a reappearance in Crackodile.
Oh, nice.
Doing the crack animal universe with a new animal this time. And the Indiegogo is now live for that currently. It started yesterday.
Get that up there too.
So, more crack, more craziness. I actually haven't gotten to read the script yet. So I'm very anxious for that. Really excited. But definitely check it out. There's a bunch of fun perks. I think there's an option to be killed in the film.
Oh, nice.
Like, put your voice in the film. The simple.
Be a newscaster.
I see a comment asking about Crackula. We've got a crack going on. Okay, Tim.
Crackwawa, someone says.
Crackwawa. I see. I do like Crackula, though. That's a good one.
Oh, man.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I think we actually had a conversation about that. And at the time we were talking about these with Brad, I had a Chihuahua. So I was like, I got your dog. I got your dog. Let's go.
Yes.
Unfortunately, she passed away. So Crack Corgi.
Sorry to hear that.
We could do a Crack Corgi,
Yes.
Well, that's funny because I'm a crack whore, so Crack Corgi.
A crack horse.
And she is an attention whore, so that works.
Crocodile is very frightening. I just passed the link over to Neil to share that.
Great.
scary. Crocodile is the scariest one of all. Scarier than
Yeah.
Cocoon Bear.
That's the
Right?
thing,
It's
when-
like busting through a brick wall too, which is
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
intriguing to me.
Yeah,
I like
can't
Tim
swim, so-
Crackodile.
Crackoon was scary. Alan Carnes made a killer Crackoon. We actually made 4 Crackoons, 2 bipedal and 2 4-legged, and they were all scary
Wow.
and fun to wrestle with. Well, the ones
Yeah.
that we could, there was like, hero ones and stunt ones. But no, I told Brad, when making Crackodile, it's not going to be hard to freak me out to fake the fear when I'm dying by this thing. Because like
Yeah.
I already have like thalassophobia and fear of sharks and aqua
Oh.
creatures
Is
and
that
all
what
this.
it's
So
called?
knowing I'm going to be in the water wrestling with something that looks even half as scary as our Crackoon, like, yeah, I'm going to be freaking out.
Yeah, I have
That's
that.
okay. I'll be your
fear.
lifeguard, Tim.
Thank you,
that's
Kay.
so nice.
I'll be like, "Whoa, whoa, ah!"
And now I'm just waiting for him to do a mermaid film so I can be his mermaid.
Oh.
Yes.
Mermaids are
Let's go,
scary. They're horrifying.
No, we're
Real mermaids.
not.
Real mermaids are
No, we're
evil.
We'll make
and they're like,
Mate.
and they lure people and destroy them, which is cool. I'm all about it.
Um,
But you want to
I
be
would-
a lovely mermaid,
Thank
a
you.
different mermaid.
Yeah, I have a very tropical looking tail, so it's like
Oh,
it's not very scary.
It's
But we
very
can-
wait,
inviting.
do you have a mermaid tail?
Yeah.
You do? Amazing. So
That's why she doesn't have a full camera view now, so you can't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got her fin hanging in a kiddie pool right now, slapping around just to keep her going.
Yeah, just like my little itty bitty, like making sure I stay a little wet.
We love to make sure you're wet.
Yeah,
And then
we
you
were
guys,
there.
you guys really do definitely support. I mean, there's a lot of perks out there for Crocodile.
Mhm.
A lot of perks, and
Oh, there it
you're
is.
right there.
How pretty that is.
Everyone's a snack when a crocodile's on crack.
I love it.
That will give
I like
you
that.
a
I love it.
Right.
I like that.
So we
We are
start
all
filming that
guardians.
in August. Actually, we start filming that. So likely we'll be in the West Virginia-ish area. So shout out to local DMV veterans, if you will. But yeah, we'll be out in your hood getting nasty with a crocodile.
I like that there's a novelization of Crocodile
Yeah, I like
coming
that.
out. I listen to a lot of
Nice.
audiobooks, and I went through a phase where I listened to old novelizations of old movies, which was really big back in like the late 70s and 80s.
I
Yeah,
think
everybody
that
tell
these are
Bowser
very.
who-
What? I don't want to interrupt. I was just noticing the perks, and that I find that they are very reasonable perks
Yeah.
for like
Oh, yeah.
having your picture in and having a voice in. Playing a newscaster is pretty. I mean, it's $250, which I think is pretty cool. I think
Yeah,
that's
that's not
very
bad at all.
reasonable. Sometimes they're a
Yeah.
lot more than that.
Yeah.
So people get out there killed in the film. $500 to get killed in the film.
Yeah.
Pretty
And if
sweet.
you do that,
Yeah.
you'll have a lot of good blood and gore. Trust me, it's worthwhile. Like, you'll have a clip to take away with you forever.
Yeah.
So that's something you definitely want to grab a hold of if you can, because I don't know how many of those he's selling, but probably not many.
Let me see. It might say it here.
Yeah, it's a cool thing to be immortalized on film or in
Oh,
media,
yeah.
right? Whenever you do something that's recorded. I mean, even doing this right now, we all get to be, immortalized, which is super cool. So kudos to you guys for building up this platform.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you.
4 people could be killed.
Ooh.
It's well, more than 4 people, I'm sure, will be killed. But if
Oh,
you'd
yeah.
like to be
Oh, yeah.
part of the film and
Or
contribute,
extra
because it's not
people
just
could be
paying for your opportunity, it's also you're supporting the film. That's the ultimate thing. Is even if
Yeah,
you
that's
do,
right.
like we talk about for all the crowdfunding stuff, it could be a very small amount, because even if you can only give a small amount or share or whatever, it all helps to make these things happen. So
Yeah.
anything you can do, audience, that would be wonderful. Look at this wonderful group of people. We need to help them.
We honestly can't do what we do without like our friends and family and our fans, everybody out there who's watching, who supports us, we really, really appreciate every little bit, and we appreciate you.
Is it always the same people who work on the like the effects? So the same person who made the Crackoon, they're also making the Crackodile?
I can't say for certain if Alan's
That might
on
be
board,
probably
but I
more
would
of a-
imagine likely.
I believe the answer to that is yes, but I'm only 90% sure, which is a good percentage.
Yeah, that's probably more a question for Brad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should
believe-
hope so, because like I said, the Crackoon was killer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've seen still. You guys sent me some stills, and it's very fun looking. So I'm very excited to see Crackoon, and not just because you guys are here. I love raccoons and crack. No, I don't love crack, but it looks very cool. It looks very fun, and I like that it's it's a practical Crackoon. It's not a PG Crackoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's practical.
Yes, practical. There we go. Now I see why you're part of
Always
the
one with the
Fuzzy Monkey
puns,
fan.
man.
Yeah.
Well, just since we're talking about perks, for those of you who are out there who did purchase perks for both of the other films, Killer Campout 2 and Crackoon, your perks will be mailed out after our premiere. So after Sunday, the 26th of May, your items will be mailed out to you. So shortly following that, you'll get your DVDs if you've ordered them. You'll get any of your merch items sent to you. So keep an eye out for that.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
And also, not to leave our friend hanging the ass about Crackula. Crackula is being written actually as of this moment by moi. So
really, just
Hey.
because of that comment, or
Yeah,
were you
Tim's
already
writing
doing
it right now. You didn't notice.
Right as he's sitting there.
Yep.
Just
Taking notes.
Well,
Yes,
He's
but,
smiling, listening to us as he's writing.
Mm-hmm. So
Correct.
be on the
very
lookout for that. We're filming that in June, last week of June. So
Mhm.
stoked
Well,
on
keep
it.
us posted. Let us
Yeah.
know. Cracula. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Is this going to be set in the past, the present? When is it going to be? What's it going to be?
Crackula is modern day.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
In
yes.
modern.
That's
He wakes
exciting.
up. He's like, "What year am I in? West Virginia, 2024. I've been asleep a long time. A regular Whip Van Winkle. Van Helsing? No, Van Winkle.
Oh my lord.
There you go. You got a little taste of the right there.
I'm a huge fan of puns.
Yeah, I don't think
Yes.
I've seen a vampire in West Virginia film before.
Mm.
Be the first. Yeah.
It's going
They
to be
turn
the
up
new,
everywhere. Wherever there's a grave, there's a vampire.
new crypto creature. Yep.
Yeah, the Crackiel.
hmm
Where can people follow Fuzzy Monkey Films? I assume if you put Fuzzy Monkey Films, you're gonna put it. If you just put it in Google, you're gonna find it.
Yes.
I don't think there's
Yep,
other Fuzzy
Facebook,
Monkey Films.
Instagram. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Would you all like to share your own socials for people to follow you and your projects?
Or your home address.
Or nothing. You
Follow
can be
you
like,
there.
"Hell
Can
yeah."
follow you
Yeah.
there. Where-
Social security number.
We don't care.
Yeah, you go first, Kay. You're on the top corner there.
Oh, okay. So you guys can find me for Instagram at ksurfsroxy. Oh my gosh, I have a mermaid Instagram. You just find it from that page. So anybody interested in that? Yeah, it's too long. It's like it's a Roxy mermaid, a West Coast mermaid. It's long. You'll find it. And then on Facebook, I'm Kay Leahy. If I don't accept a friend request, sorry, I don't accept all strangers, but feel free to give me a follow there. And I think I have a TikTok, but I'm not on it very much. So that's where I'm at.
I don't know if that's going to be around much longer either.
Yeah, apparently not. So, and that's fine. I haven't
Is
kept
your
up with it.
Roxy with an I, E, or Y?
It's a Y.
All right, and Tim.
Hey, find me on Instagram at Tim the Gentleman with an underscore each word or between each word. So Tim _the _gentleman. And also follow me at Hale's Tales Productions, also on Instagram.
All right, I'm going to follow that to see all the news on Cracula.
Oh, please do. I promise you it won't suck.
You're just
Rosaria.
waiting to use that.
You guys can follow me on Instagram and TikTok at Rosaria with 2 A's, Elsa. So just a double A and then Elsa. And then Facebook, I'm Rosaria Elsa. I'm posting films, wrestling events, vlogs, all the stuff. So just you can join me on the journey of being an independent artist.
Yeah. And by the way, what promotions, like what area, like can people hear you and see you doing the ring intros?
So
ring
fun
introduction?
fact, I brought the connection to the State Theater for the premiere. So we have a show there once a month, the first Sunday of every month, with Combat Zone Wrestling at the State Theater in Havre de Grace. I'm the ring announcer there. And I kind of bounce around the tri-state area. So I'm with Bell to Bell in New Jersey, the Wrestling Independent in Philly, and wherever else I land. That's the fun part about this. You kind of never know what's going to come your way. So
yeah. And who's your favorite wrestler? Well, when you were growing up, who's your favorite wrestlers that you made you want to get involved?
I'm just going to go with The Rock, even though I really started following him because of his role in The Scorpion King.
Okay.
That's where I was a big Mummy fan, and that's sort of, it just kind of pulled me in. So I've always loved The Rock, still do.
Yeah.
WrestleMania 40 was crazy.
The final boss, The Rock. Yeah.
Yes.
The tribal chief.
Oh yeah, crazy times.
Yeah, were you there at WrestleMania 40?
I was.
Nice.
I bit the bullet because I was like, you know what? How many times am I going to do this where I can drive to WrestleMania? And I had a show at the Murphy Rec Center with Combat Zone Wrestling. So I had a show earlier in the day, then went to night 2. And the night before, I invited the guy sitting next to me. I said, hey, like, you're a wrestling fan, obviously. You should come to my show. He came to my show. It was really cool. And
Awesome.
it was a really good time. So, yes.
Was that your first WrestleMania?
It was my first WrestleMania. Definitely one for the books. I'll say that.
Yeah. I haven't been to a WrestleMania since 14. That was a long time ago. It's probably before you were born. So. Justin.
Yep. So I have Facebook and Insta. More active on Facebook. I was just checking though. You might, if you're going to submit your friend request, do it now because they cap out at 5,000. I'm about 40, almost.
Why haven't they gotten rid of that rule by now? I could see like when they first started, maybe, but it's been around for a long time.
5,000, yeah.
Yeah, it's still there. I don't understand why they keep that rule there.
Eventually, they got to up it. I mean,
to keep it separated.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on Facebook, I'm Justin Ken Doll Martin. So the Ken Doll is KEN-doll. And then my Instagram is what is my Instagram? KenDoll_JP. And just a backstory, Ken Doll, I got that nickname when I was 22, 23 for modeling. I used to teach modeling classes at an organization in New York and DC. Primarily DC was our headquarters. For 6 years, I taught modeling classes to runway, how to walk on the runway, how to do photography. It was crazy. I loved that time of my life. But anyway, my students who were younger, they used to call me Ken because they said I looked like a real live Ken doll Barbie. So, and my hair used to be like what's his name? Oh my God, you know, back in the day, the 80s.
Vanilla Ice? Oh my Lord.
Oh, nice.
Blonde on the top, very much Vanilla Ice, a lookalike, but they said I looked like a Ken doll Barbie. So I stuck with that name for most all of my career, actually.
That's wonderful.
That's awesome.
What did you think of Ken's the real life Ken or the film version of Ken in Barbie?
Oh yeah.
People hate me for this. I'm not a fan of him. I'm sorry, I'm not. So everyone loves Ryan. I don't hate him. I just don't love him. So I didn't really care for his character. But everybody else I did. I'm sorry. The movie was
runway walk at some point. Maybe next time you're on, you'll have to give us the walk.
I'll probably lose some of my followers now on Facebook. A lot of people love Ryan and love that movie. But if I had to rate the movie from 1 to 10, I probably would give it maybe a 6. It kind of lost me halfway through, So
That's
not a huge fan. But if I had an opportunity to play Ken doll myself, I would have done better.
Maybe a future movie can.
I'd love to play the Barbie to your Ken.
Oh, we can make that
Crack
work.
Ken?
We can make it work.
Crackoon.
Oh,
That's a great idea.
Crack Ken?
Chloe.
Come on.
Crack.
Come on.
But Barbie's just like, Ken, you gotta quit this habit.
Oh, I love it. See, now that's perfect.
you
You
gotta
guys
quit
can
it, honey.
brainstorm with that one. You'll have a movie in a week.
Oh, yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on.
I mean, we probably
I know
would.
you will.
Probably
Yeah.
just
I
an
don't wanna-
evening. When we go to the premiere and we go out afterwards, we're probably gonna be like, do, and it'll be done
Oh, I'm sure.
that
Yeah.
one evening.
We'll have half of it filmed by then. So just a quick plug. Before we depart, I don't know what time we're coming up on here, but I do want to mention. So Kay and I actually have another film being directed and produced by Matthew Anderson in the indie community, if you will. We're going to be filming that in July. So I like the comment that just popped up. Barbie Crack House.
That's amazing. I love it. I love it.
But yes, we have a new film we're filming called These Things. And as you can imagine, what are these things? Well, we're trying to figure that out ourselves throughout the movie.
Yes.
So
Yes,
it's
that is the big debate.
a nice alien invasion, if you will, of a horror thriller sci-fi movie. But me and Kay play love interest, which seems to be our thing. I think we're going to be typecasted as love interest in like every film from now on. So, and I'm okay
I
with
guess
it.
so.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to get to, like I said, work with somebody you're really comfortable with.
Yeah.
So the
This
Ken
is
and
a safe
Barbie
zone
will
here.
work.
Don't worry. Safe
Yeah.
zone.
Mhm.
Yes.
Well, keep us posted on that. I think we're excited to
absolutely.
see it.
Definitely.
Yeah, congratulations on that. That's fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, and here was Annabelle and I at Barbenheimer.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
It's the best. I love it, you guys.
So
I
cute.
do love it.
Yeah.
Man,
I need to wear the hat more often.
I love that lid, Neil. That was the best.
All right, and well, since Justin mentioned Tim, well, you mentioned you're working on Cracula, writing
Right
Cracula.
on.
Anyone
You've
else?
heard it right. You've heard it from the source.
Are you playing Cracula?
No,
I
I
hope
wish
so.
I wish I
Oh.
was, but alas, Solon Sangras is going to be portraying Dracula, I dare say. And yeah, it was super cool because that's literally what got me into movies, like the original Universal monsters, vampires, all
Oh,
that
yeah.
jazz. That's always like been my favorite thing to like think about, enjoy. So when Brad had first pitched me the idea of a Cracula and then conscripted me to write, I was
The best.
over the moon. It couldn't have gone to a more loving person of Dracula to bring him to life again.
That's amazing. That's very exciting.
Yes, and so Kay, you work on the movie with Justin. Do you have anything else in the works? I mean, that's pretty big already. So.
Yeah, I've got another film coming up in filming, I think in August. It's called The Grind, or not The Grind, sorry, it's called Grind. And it's about like a college grindhouse film festival and how like an evil being is summoned during this grindhouse film festival and starts turning people into like zombie-esque demonic creatures. And it's like this really great flick, and I really love it. I'm playing a mom of a preteen daughter who is showing her daughter like all of her grindhouse horror like favorites. They're both fans, and this group just has to survive and get out of there. And it's a really fun, entertaining. It's mostly comedy horror, so there's a lot of really great bits in it that I think you guys will also enjoy. And then I just finished filming a Blood and Breakfast with Mark Burns and his group, and that was really fun. I got to work with Beatrice Bopel. How do you say her last name?
Oh yeah, former guest on the show. Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
People know she played the mother of Freddy Krueger.
Freddy Krueger, yeah, she's amazing to work with. I had a blast with her. And then I've got a bunch of other projects that are hopefully going to be coming out and are in the works as we go. But yeah, that's me.
And how about yourself, Rosaria?
Crackodile is up next for me. So Justin, I'll see you on set. and currently working on my marketing materials and hoping to start putting out more stuff to get involved in more projects coming soon.
Nice.
And of course,
Very cool. Yeah.
wrestling keeps me busy, so I've got
People that know Combat Zone Wrestling, that's hardcore wrestling.
CCW.
So, yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
I just have to say, I looked at, I found there's an Indiegogo for these things,
Yes.
and the monster is the first picture you see, and it's, I'm old, or if anyone knows what a koosh ball is in the audience, it's a koosh ball with a mouth full of like rotten sharp teeth.
Oh, I'm down with that.
It looks great. It's like,
Yeah.
this is something that needs to be seen. So very cool.
So yeah.
Yeah. Pretty good. All right. Well, this was great, and we'll have you guys all back on anytime. When anything needs
Thank
coming out,
you.
let us know.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's awesome to be here.
Yeah,
We had a great time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was so much fun.
Superb
We'll
evening.
put the
Tim,
links up for everything.
Rosaria, Justin, I love you.
Hey, I'll see you in less than a month.
Yeah.
Have fun
Yes.
at the premiere.
Yeah, good luck at that. Have fun,
Yeah.
guys.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
We gotta work on our outfits, guys.
Oh,
Yes.
Wear Neil's hat from his thing.
I'll take that. Yeah.
All right.
It's very Frankie.
Yes,
Pin
it's
pat.
very Frankie.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
All
come
right,
on
guys.
out to the Havre de Grace Theater, guys. State Theater. July. Excuse me. Don't listen to me. May 25th and 26th. Double packed, action packed. Crackoon Campout. Get 2 tickets for the price of 1.
Yes.
sounds like a lot of fun, guys.
That'll be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
Must be-
everybody.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Thank
Guys,
Bye.
good night.
Have a great night.
All right. You
Stay
too.
spooky.
Bye. All right. All right. All right, everybody here. Thanks. That was great. They're very cool people.
That was tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Very
sounds
fun.
like everybody's got 1,000, prongs in the fire, and they got a bunch of stuff going on. So that's good.
Yes, yeah. So we had a little setback today with our own film, but I think it's all
just
going to work
minor.
out fine. Yeah. Like Troy told me, it was good to test it out first before
Oh,
we get
yeah.
too far.
That is, you learn with experience.
Yep,
Yeah.
this is our
Better
first time
now
doing
than
any of
later.
this goofy shit.
Exactly.
So, you live and learn.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
So
it's good.
it'll work out.
It's good in its way.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Better
When
now
we
than
hear stories like
day
this,
one of
definitely.
production.
yeah,
right?
it makes me happy. We're building our own little group of our folks to
Yep. And we'll
together
have to
our
have somebody else interview us while we're doing it.
Ooh.
Well, I do
Ooh.
think when we start filming, or even before, we should start recording stuff to have as like some making of.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be like a commentary track. So
I dig
Yeah.
it.
I can only imagine, Neil, that you were going to make a commentary track.
Yes. So I wrote a thing last night that I don't know why I was like, I'm gonna delete this, but I wrote up basically the whole not anything what the movie's about, but the process of Arbor Day, and so just real quick is probably a couple years ago. Well, I had the idea for
Quickly.
Arbor Day.
Is that probably some of the audience does not know what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, so Arbor Day is going to be I can't say the first Without Your film, because Once a Future Smash is the first Without Your Head film. But this one will be the first one that's completely written, directed, and produced by Without Your Head. So the three of us are behind this. But years ago, when Annabelle and I first started talking, even before we met, we were to talk about making films together. And one of them was Arbor Day. And it had a much different premise at that time, which I'm a different person. It's a different world. That the idea there was probably not the greatest. But so the last couple years, I had went out on my walks. If people know, I walk miles every day. Last night I walked 11 miles for some reason. But I started when I'm not listening to audiobooks, I started to write in my mind movies. There was 3 specific movies I was writing. And then I realized that's a really stupid idea to create 3 movies at once because,
I just like how you set that one up. Like,
right.
and then I realized it's a really stupid idea.
Yeah, you can't do 3. And then so I was like, well, I should probably focus on one that would be not necessarily easy, but is doable. And they always say, work around with things you have. I'm surrounded by the woods. So Arbor Day was like, this is probably one that maybe we could do. So it started as a short. It was going to be very short. And the idea was you would only see I was just going to do branches. And so the camera would be here and you'd put branches in front of the camera and it would be stupid. And then Troy, who retired earlier this year, started actually making props. And I was like, God damn, this is way more, this is way cooler than I envisioned. And then started making like the face of the tree. And so then that really I was like, man, I'm really motivated now to do more with this. So I started writing more stuff involving the face. And then I started telling Annabelle the ideas. And to my surprise, she didn't think you're just an idiot. Well, she might still think that, but she actually thought
both can coexist.
Right. They're not mutually exclusive. So I was like, oh, well, maybe there's something here. And I had so many ideas. I think you have you either got to narrow this down to make the actual short. But then people I've talked to said, if you're there, how End Zone 2 became a feature film was originally it was going to be shot as bits to play in Once and Future Smash. But by the time you actually get all this stuff together, cost-wise, it's not really any more money to just make a feature. If you have the ideas, and I do. So I have stuff to do. So we're going to go all together. Why not just make a feature film? We could do more with it, in theory, than just a short film, which you could basically just put on YouTube after, if we're lucky enough to get any festivals. So from there, I'm trying to make this as short as possible. So I have this all in my mind, and I realize I have a weird memory for a lot of things. I don't write down dates of interviews. I try to now because I realize the world isn't just me. Without your head is other people. And so I'm not a perfect person. I try to be better. And so anyway, I'm like thinking, well, Annabelle doesn't just know what's in my mind. So I try to keep track of dates for guests and all these things. So Annabelle had a good idea to start recording these ideas. So I've been walking around. Sometimes I'll just grab my phone, I'll hit the recorder, I'll start doing stuff. Last Saturday, we went to the movies, and I had thought of this whole idea for a scene. And so I was walking in Boston to the bus station, and I stopped, and I actually acted out the scene, the different characters, and probably looked like a totally insane person.
Amazing.
And people are throwing change into your hat.
And so I have that. So then I also do realize this, that I can't just give everybody in the movie, here's a whole bunch of audio files. This is what we're doing.
That'd be tremendous.
Maybe.
I would love that.
It's like the audio version of
Then
storyboard.
Chuck says,
right,
go fuck yourself and do this. And,
Mhm.
okay, sure. My Chuck, I don't know.
So I was like, well, I should probably compile all this into something, a format people can follow. And I also realized that movie people call that a script. So I got to take all this down and flesh it out into an
I'm
actual
wondering
thing
about that lately.
Can follow. And so that's the next process. And from there, once we have the script, we have all the props, which we're starting on the props. We're going to have a Kickstarter or whatever, Indiegogo, whatever, crowdfunder. And our people have already, a lot of people have showed interest. Like a couple of people have showed like they actually want to give not substantial money, but actual some money. So anyway, it's going to happen.
Who was it that told you that would happen when you were all down in the dumps? And this sucks and it'll never happen.
Yes. And I can be a manic person, sometimes bad, sometimes good. And right now I'm probably rambling in a good way, I think. And so sometimes I come up with a bunch of ideas, and instead of just wasting them on just idiocy, might as well take that idiocy and make something out of it. So
spread it to the world.
Exactly. So that is what that's the process of Arbor Day, and that's probably not the same process anyone else has for movie, or maybe it is. I have no idea, but that is the process for Arbor Day.
As long as it works for you, that's all that matters.
Right. And I'm glad everyone's involved here. The three of us are heavily involved, and that makes me happy.
I hope that group is going to work out, because I think Troy, you've got great ideas. We've all got stuff going for us. So I want that to be the
Whenever we've brainstormed on anything, it usually works out well.
Gonna have to start having video meetings, I think.
Yeah, and Andrew's involved. So Andrew is a kid I know who works at Dunkin' Donuts. My favorite Dunkin' Donuts worker, and I would just talk to him a lot because he's funny, he's nice, and I actually mentioned the movies to him before, other movies. He watched the trailers. He watches the show sometimes, and when I mentioned I was like I was gonna start making this tree movie, he right away was like, oh, He mentioned that he acted in school, and he would like to do that.
Nice.
And I actually was already thinking of him as a character, and I was like, "Oh yeah, you can be in." So anyway, he was involved. He was right away and wanted to do the short. I created the character Percy around him specifically, and then and so I let him know that we decided to make it into a feature film, and he's all on board. So.
Now I just want to throw it out there, just because Neal has a Dunkin' Donuts guy basically off the street is not an open invitation.
No, I can't.
Not everyone in the world can
Right.
be like,
Yeah.
I want to be in this movie.
Right.
Love you,
Right.
but it's gotta.
Yeah.
Well, because a lot of the people that started out, this was when it was still a short, and then I have several kindergarten teachers that want to be cultists. That that began when it was just a short, and they just want to dance around a tree, with some light black.
Yeah, all this will work. Yeah, so
get their Stevie Nicks vibe out of there.
Right,
and,
right. And the thing is, we just can't be flying people in, all this stuff.
Yeah.
That's great that people want to do that. We do actually have a longtime listener who's not really, he listens to the show all the time. I don't think he is ever in chat, but he listens to the show all the time. He actually wants to fly himself in to help out.
Oh, wow.
I mean, if he wants to, that's up to him. But he's a good guy. Kai Spires out there, who's he's a professional tree. He actually owns his own company where he cuts trees. So if he wants to,
crazy.
So if he wants, that would be actually kind of cool to have on set.
Wow.
How it came about, he's like, well, if you guys do a sequel, because he just saw me post a little bit about it. He's like, I'd fly myself in to get killed. Like, we haven't even started filming yet. So if you want to do that,
can that be one of his credits? Is professional arborist?
Yes.
Or arborist, what do they call it? Consultant?
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. That's good.
Yeah. But again, not an open invitation to the entire world. Neal is very excited and sharing information, which is awesome. And not every person can show up and knock on the door. Ride on their tricycle. We love you. And we cannot include
down the road, if Neal gets bitten by the director bug and we want to make all, some other jazz, maybe then
you still can't all be in it.
Okay, come in.
Right.
We've cast 1,000. There'll be Cecil B. DeMille.
Right.
You guys are super nice, and I'm like, no, you need that though, right? Neal's
See, when Neal makes Monkey Dude into, now that he has the comic book, and when you get bitten by the bug and you're like, this has to be a major motion picture, then, maybe we'll need some other people involved with that.
I have noticed all my stories involve a character just named Steve, because I just find that very funny.
Do you have a childhood
Steve's a good name.
Isn't there a childhood Steve?
A child Steve?
No, is there from your childhood a Steve?
I don't think so. Honestly, I think what it comes down, this is what I realized. I think it comes from the movie The Incredible Melting Man, because I find it hilarious that he's the
when they're
melting
yelling
guy.
Steve.
Yeah, they just call him Steve the whole movie. And he's this monster eating people. And they're like, Steve! And I
they
find
never
that very
catch
funny.
him for some reason. Yeah.
No. Yeah, he can barely move and he's just melting away. And he's just hauling ass on foot for somehow.
It's like Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah, and I find that funny. So so Steve it is. Yeah.
Well, I will ask. We have another guest.
Yeah.
When will they on? At 9. I want to just, throw it out there that it's good to have a break.
Yeah, we're gonna go on a break. I also announced later tonight, probably after the next guest, the Rachel cannot be on a super long time. She has a half hour, which is still cool.
Yeah, that's great.
And then so we'll have Rachel on at 9, And then we're also going to announce the winners of the Severed Limbs
nice.
awards. We'll do that after Rachel. And who knows? We'll talk about horror stuff. And Annabelle and I and Troy, if you want to, even though you probably didn't see movies, we'll review Abigail at some point. And
I can fake it if you want.
Village. Yeah, so it'll be
like,
good.
I think it'll be fun.
She's a vampire. She's
people yelled at me.
there,
Before we go to break, I posted on Facebook this quick review of Abigail, and I didn't really go into detail. All I said was I realized the marketing happens after the movie, but all the marketing is she's a vampire, the poster, every single thing. And the movie, the first half hour is a mystery of what's going on. And that really to me, it ruined the first half hour of the movie, the first third of the movie. And then a couple people were like legit mad at me that I spoiled. And I'm like, if you even heard of the movie, you know she's a vampire. I will not apologize on that one. That one is not on me. Because if you've even seen a picture of Abigail, you know she's a vampire.
Yeah.
Got some
and it's not like Crackoon where you see it and you kind of know what you're in for anyways. You know that, you expect it. But with Abigail, they could have marketed it differently and taken you by surprise. But maybe they thought they couldn't pull in a crowd if they didn't just go ballerina vampire.
Yeah.
If
they should have edited the first half hour of the movie or something.
I know, right? Why is that the part I had to see?
How are you feeling, by the way?
Fine.
All right.
Life goes on.
All right. So we're going to go to a break. I have a few different things lined up here. I'll ask you. Well, I have 3 things lined up. Let me know who you prefer. We have Jenny Spain. We have Clint Howard, and we have Gigi Saul Guerrero.
Jeez. How long wait, these are like clips?
Yeah, they're all 4 minutes long.
You can't say something like that because then it sounds like you know what we'll do? We'll flip coins.
We need a 3-headed coin.
Ready? All right. I've got this from Bermuda.
I probably have a 6-sided die.
Oh, yes. Sweet. That is way better than
first. I thought, wow, 6-sided die. You got to be a D&D player to have that. Then it's like, oh yeah, that's a big.
That's a pretty standard
but no
thing.
one would call it a 6-sided die.
Except for like a D&D geek.
A D6.
Okay, so I lied. I don't have a 6-sided die.
Oh, I don't think I have any.
I got MODOK.
You can flip him. All right, back to I'll get something slightly more.
I can just play the first one.
Token.
Okay. Can you play all 3?
Man. Got a token.
Well, they'd be 12 minutes altogether. It might be a little long.
They've got cash value on one side and a cool bird on the other side.
All right, so we'll just do the first 2 I have here is Jenny Spain and Clint Howard. So
okay,
Jenny is a bird.
Jenny is the bird, and Clint is the whatever.
Clint is
I win, tails you lose.
He's the ice cream man.
All right, let's see. Cash value.
All right, so Cash Clint.
Clint.
We're gonna play a clip here of Clint Howard talking about 3 from Hell, and then we will be back. That's from an old
Clint Howard.
Yeah, back when we're audio only, so you can't see Clint Howard here, but you can hear him talk about it.
Yeah, and then we'll know what he looks like.
Yeah, he's a good dude, and a very strange. Is a quick story. I'll make it real short. When I called him for this interview, he had the most bizarre. I can't remember what it was honestly, but it was very strange voicemail. And he had mentioned he changes it all the time, and to call him whenever, which I never did since then. So I need to start calling Clint Howard and listening to his voicemail and get him back on the show. Maybe.
Nice.
I just saw him on the Paramount Star Trek show.
Oh, was
great.
Yeah, I saw he was in it, and I was wondering if he was playing the kid growing up, but it's actually
he's a drug dealer guy. It's great. He's like a Klingon drug dealer guy.
Damn, can you just call him Crack Clint?
Howard.
Crack Clint Howard. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. All right, here we go. Clint Howard. I'll be right back.
Hey, this is John Duggan, and you're watching WhatGotYourHead.com.
Listen, Rob is. I don't want to tout myself. He always hires me in a cool spot, and he appreciates my work. And in fact, it's been 4 or 5 years ago. He called me on the phone and he says, "Would you like to do a commercial?" And I said, who the fuck would let you do a commercial, Rob? And he goes, oh, no, I did a Woolite commercial last year, and they were very satisfied. And it's just, I'm at a production meeting, and they were saying they were looking for a Clint Howard type. And I said, well, I have Clint's number in my phone. You want me to call him? So he stepped away and called me, and I like gainful employment. And it turned out to be a great spot, funny spot.
Yeah.
And this one, 3 from Hell, I play a clown that happens to knock on the wrong door. I think I'm going to a birthday party for 12-year-olds, and I end up somewhere completely different. Because I got the address juxtaposed in my, I wrote down 367 and it was 763.
Oh.
And I get met by Bill, and we had a couple of fun days working together. I didn't keep working after I finished, but he did. That lets you know what the outcome of Mr. Baggy Britches is.
Yeah, I got to see it. I loved your scene. It's very entertaining.
Oh, good. Okay. I have not seen it. I'm going to. Rob says he's going to have a screening of it around here. Am I in it for more than 30 seconds?
You're probably in it for, I'd say, about 2 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay. So does he actually show me trying to be a clown?
Yeah. It's a build up of you're trying to make Otis laugh because he says he'll let you go. I don't want to give too much away the movie. He'll let you go if you make him laugh, and so you're trying to.
Yeah. No. Okay. Good. Then it's stuck. Hey, listen, that is a huge thing, and an actor. The only thing they want bigger than their bank account is their ego. And it really gets cut down a couple of sizes when you work, and you end up being kind of a highlight piece in a montage.
Right. Yeah.
There's
even a Mr. Baggy Britches patch out there that you can buy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, Mr. Baggy Britches, he's the real deal. The worst clown ever. It's hard to be funny when you got a guy pointing a sidearm at your head.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, that's always been my mom.
But I did get a laugh.
You did indeed. Yeah. And you got many laughs.
I'll tell you, Bill is a wonderful guy, and he seriously. I mean, I now during the build up to movies and everything, everybody hears how beautiful everybody is, but he really is a good dude. And he's easygoing, he's fast, he knows that he's creative, but he also knows where he is in the scheme of things. And I love working for Rob too, because Rob's a no nonsense, no screw around guy, and I've seen him segue from working on film to digitally, doing his work. And it's wonderful. I really, a little bit like my brother, in making that transition, he's doing it with, they may have different motives, but they're doing it well, because it's not easy.
Scream Queens, bad dreams, this must be without your help.
Hey, is Troy back here? He's
probably I was almost
that went by quicker than I thought because I actually just got back here too myself.
Yeah, it was very quick. I'm glad I was out here.
It was 4 minutes. I thought that would be a little longer, but what do you know? Right.
Maybe that's something to establish in the future.
Yeah. I thought 4 or 5 minutes would be good. Yeah. But we got a couple more in case we need to take a break after.
Very nice. I had a little snack.
I hear him in the background there.
Yeah. I was boiling some water. Got all the things going on.
All right.
I actually had one of those tuna fish packets that you sold me on.
They're good.
I thought that was Nasty Neal. And then I think I was starving one time we met and you offered me one.
Yeah, I was like, I have this tuna in my backpack. But yeah, I eat them all the time for my
It's
snacks
good.
when I'm not walking.
I recommend to people in the world because it doesn't taste like it when you get the really flavorful ones.
No, they're really good.
Just had the hot buffalo one.
Yeah, but the
Delicious.
bold.
Yes,
Good.
delicious and nutritious.
Yeah, it's really good. There's a new teriyaki one, which is
I don't think I've had that yet.
yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, people out there, get your tuna. I like it. Yeah. So let's see. Frenzy Moon by Gregory Lamberson is he's got the Indiegogo. He'll be coming on the show, I think, soon to talk about this. And it's a practical effect werewolf movie.
Cool.
And it we could play the thing if you want to watch it.
Yes. How long is it?
A minute, I think.
Cool. That would be fantastic.
Let me grab it here. Boom. I think it's got a lot of former guests involved. All right. Let me just Frenzy Moon horror movie. Yeah, it's like a minute, so that'd be good. All right. We'll share it here. We're gonna share it, and then
Carrot.
We'll still be here. Is how this will work.
What? Wait, we're gonna be here visually?
Yeah, we can do it like this.
Man.
Is that okay?
No, I was gonna use the opportunity to finish the stuff I was doing.
Okay. Well,
I can watch it.
Does this?
I'll just make me go away. Hang on. I can make myself go away.
All right. All right. Here it is. A Frenzy Moon.
I'm Greg Lamberson, somewhere in Western New York, directing a proof of concept trailer for my next movie, Frenzy Moon. This summer marks my 40th anniversary as an independent filmmaker. When I was 19, I quit my Times Square movie theater job to work on the horror comedy I Was a Teenage Zombie. 2 years later, I wrote, directed, and produced my first film, Slime City, and worked as assistant director on Plutonium Baby and Frank Henenlotter's Brain Damage. Since then, I've directed 8 other features, most of which I wrote, and served in different capacities on many others. I've also written 15 books, including 12 novels and 1 filmmaking guide. The Frenzy Cycle is my werewolf trilogy. During the pandemic, I crowdfunded and directed the action movie Guns of Eden, which has been seen by over 5 million people. I also wrote the screenplay for Showdown in Yesteryear, which won many film festival awards, and co-produced Unbelievable, which had a theatrical release at multiple theaters. I'm a member of the Producers Guild of America and International Thriller Writers. I teach screenwriting at University of Buffalo, and I founded Amazing Fantasy Fest. Recently, I launched Cinema Arts Collaborative, a 501c3 charitable nonprofit created to grow the Western New York film community. For 40 years, I've been driven by one goal: to make one really good, scary, cinematic horror movie. Frenzy Moon is that movie. Frenzy Moon is a cabin in the woods movie I describe as John Carpenter's The Thing meets The Howling. 6 grad students trapped in a secluded cabin with a mysterious stranger must battle a pack of ferocious werewolves, all the while wondering if one of their own is also a monster. The screenplay is dramatic, suspenseful, and gory. It delivers the bloody goods. Chris Cosgrave is the cinematographer. John Vincent and Mike Bose are creating the practical special effects, and I have a great cast lined up. Here is the proof of concept trailer for Frenzy Moon.
This is going to be some weekend.
gotta be kidding me. Relax. It's probably just a coyote. Just a coyote?
It sounds so lonely.
Guess I won't be sleeping now.
Sorry, I was going for it too.
With your gun?
You don't need that in here, mister. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Trust me, I'm not afraid of any of you.
Then what are you afraid of?
Werewolves. If I'm going to spend the night with you people, I need to know you are people.
Every true horror fan knows that the best werewolves are created using practical special effects. For the purposes of our trailer, we used an 18-inch rod puppet. But for the feature, John and Mike are also creating a full-size werewolf suit with animatronic features. 1 year ago, I raised development funds for this project. Among other things, I hired artists, started special effects work, fulfilled some perks, and produced this trailer.
I had hoped to find investors to fund this movie, but people with money are still nervous about the economy, and they're clutching to their cash like pearls. But I have to make this movie. This is a real passion project. I've been developing it for years, and I'm going to make it any way I can. And it looks like the only way I can make it is by crowdfunding, by turning again to fans and supporters. I want to make a significant horror film, but I can only do it with your help. If 5.5 million people watch Guns of Eden, even more people are going to watch Frenzy Moon. And all of those people are going to see that you were involved in some way as a producer.
There we go. Frenzy Moon from Greg Lamberson.
Wow. Werewolves are hot.
Yeah, they're kind of coming back into the mainstay. That's good.
I love werewolves. A lot of that art reminded me of the Cycle of the Werewolf Bernie Wrightson. Yeah, which I love. So that's really exciting to have someone who so loves werewolves that this is their passion project and something they've been dreaming about like forever. And yeah, it's really exciting.
Yeah, so he may be on next week. I have to see if he's free, but yeah, so it'd be cool. It's already got I think 70% of the crowdfunder, so that's cool.
Which does not mean people should not fund because that 30% matters.
yeah, exactly. Especially with the practical effects. I love the puppeted werewolf. I think that's really awesome. So
yeah, he could just stick with that. I'd be fine with the cool puppet werewolf.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Adrian Esposito was actually handling the puppet there.
What else did he? I know his name. What are the other things he did? Because he's done a lot of cool puppet things.
Who? Gregory or Adrian?
No, Adrian.
No, Adrian has He directed Special Needs Revolt with Bill.
Oh, who was I thinking of?
I don't know, but yeah, he did a good job there. It's cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I had Neil Young singing instead of Harvest Moon, Frenzy Moon in my head. So I was watching that.
Yes.
That would be a very strange combination because I'm very familiar with that song.
Yeah. Yeah, you could get Neil out there doing the, 'cause I'm still in love with you on this frenzied moon. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na.
Yep.
Pepe liked the Wolf. By the way, speaking of Wolf, Valentine Wolf is our new music of the month. We'll be playing a track from Valentine Wolf later on tonight.
Valentine or Valentine?
Valentine, I believe.
Yes. Valentine.
Yes. Very cool. Good stuff. So so I know Greg for a long time, but there's also someone else was interested in coming on to plug their crowdfunding later this month, and that is Joe Lamb with their movie The Fetus, which I don't know anything about besides it's called The Fetus, which has me, I'm like, yeah, we can do that.
No, yeah.
There's so much good stuff out there.
Yeah.
So, always interesting to see these things coming around.
Yeah.
The Fetus.
Has me excited. Yeah.
There's a great, like, strange comic character, like, by Jack the King Kirby, of all people, who had, you know, the father of Captain America, the Avengers, the X-Men, you know, and he had, when he was working the indie comic scene, and I think it was, I forget the character's name, but his enemy was Festus, the fighting fetus. And he was this giant cosmic fetus that would do
wondering where
nothing
this
because
is
he
gonna
was a
go
fetus, and
I
he'd
knew
just
there was a
flop
fetus
around and play.
connection.
Yeah. Yeah. I
What
think
is his
it's when
name? I gotta
Kirby-
see this.
I think it might not have been Festus, but he was the fighting fetus. That was
Fighting fetus.
Jack Kirby fighting fetus. There can't be that many of them. I don't know if Kirby has like been, you know, maybe he.
Oh,
found
is it? Oh, it's got like a giant, like red head thing.
Yeah, it's a giant, like, cosmic
Weird.
creature, and it was
That's
like the
so
Cosmic
strange.
Commandos or something, and he was one of their enemies.
Oh my goodness.
I think
By
it's
the
when
way,
Kirby discovered marijuana. I'm not positive, but I'm thinking the King might have had, you know, just a little go with that.
Under the influence.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he just watched 2001.
Oh yeah, yep. Well, he actually did the 2001 comic book version.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll send you a picture, Neil, if you'd like.
Did
to
he help fake the moon
share.
landing?
He may have. You never know. There would have been a lot more like energy bubbles if Kirby had been there.
Yeah,
Been,
and
like,
I saw
great, like, cosmic power going when they landed
in
on
this fetus movie. One of our favorites is involved, Bill Moseley.
Oh, nice.
And Lauren Rivera, the star of Terrifier 2.
Very cool.
Very nice.
That's a great.
Boom.
Oh yeah, there he
Right.
is.
That one, and I don't know what the hell they're saying in that, but the next one I sent you is very.
Oh, he was
funny.
Paranex, the fighting fetus. All right.
Aha. This one.
I kind of like
needs-
Festus better, but
Yeah, Festus is a better fetus name, especially if you're the fighting fetus.
yeah.
You're not just a flopping around fetus. You're fighting something.
When is the fighting fetus entering the MCU?
No, it never made it to Marvel.
Oh,
But
was
the EW.
Probably his goof. Yep, that's him. Probably. I hate that. Sounds like something Neil would say. Neil, you got to read the bubble on the right.
I don't care if it's a fetus. I hate that thing. I hate it.
See, I knew it. That's perfect.
Oh my god! I'm so glad I found that one.
This is
But Kirby's
this is why
strangest
guy made
Marvel
immaculate.
character was probably Devil Dinosaur. Was pretty strange.
Devil Dinosaur.
Yeah,
Is that
he's a
another
big
Jack
red
Kirby thing?
dinosaur. Yeah,
I
that
think
was
that
when
one
Kirby
is
had left
that is
Marvel and then come
MCU.
back.
Or that is
Yeah, that
part
is
of that's-
Marvel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I have it in the Snap game, I believe, the Devil Dinosaur.
Oh, really? They
wow.
made Devil Dinosaur for that. Wow. But that might have been his strangest Marvel.
I don't know. Fetus is probably weirder than
Fetus is pretty weird.
Yeah, but that was for like I can't remember the comic company.
So the first line in that though was, "It's unkind to knock a creature that hasn't been born yet."
Yeah, that is kind of a dick move, I think.
I wonder who it is that's saying this stuff about hating this fetus so much.
This
I think
almost
it was
seems
the
like something that
Cosmic
would.
Commandos, I think, was like that group.
This seems like something that would be made today. Like
Yeah.
it's like the.
That would have been, I think, the 80s, because I think Kirby died in like 1990.
Seems like like the story behind Immaculate.
I got another one with some pretty funny. But we've got a guest coming on very soon. So what is an introduction for this lovely person?
Let me grab. I was trying to see when No. I was trying to see when that was made, but I can't find it at the moment. Let's see here. Rachel Stavis, world-renowned non-denominational exorcist who is on a mission to create global change by eradicating darkness from one person or place at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Her story was chronicled in her best-selling memoir, Sister of Darkness, The Chronicles of a Modern Exorcist. It is a riveting saga of acceptance, resilience, and redemption. Rejecting traditional demonology, she offers a fresh perspective on the forces that shape our lives, from playful spirits to malevolent entities.
Fascinated.
Which, from what I understand, they just had an article about her, and they're making her memoir into I think a TV series.
Really? Very interesting.
Yes.
I'm wondering if
TV adaptation.
Giavone is in the audience right now. He's a man of faith. And I'm curious what his take will be on all of this. We've got a very diverse crowd out there. Wondering where Coast is at right now.
Oh, yeah, he's usually here.
Yeah, Coast MIA. Vic. I see him. We'll pop up Vic on that screen so the world can know Vic.
Yeah, he was here earlier when we had the former guests on. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, and Chris, who had he had 2 films. He had Meat and Nightmare at Severed Limbs. And I've been talking to him. He's going to come on the show when he's going to be having a campaign starting for Teddy Cuddles. So he'll be on the show when that's out. James would like to pitch his next short on here. Interesting. Nice. I think Rachel may be here with us now.
Great.
Hello. Here.
Hello.
Oh,
yeah.
very good.
Yeah. So we just gave your intro, explain who you are, and
awesome.
yes. So welcome to the show, Rachel Stavis. I believe returning to the show. We had you on one other time when Posies was out.
That's right. Oh my gosh, so long ago.
Yeah. Which very great short. If people haven't seen it, it's on Alter, so people can go and check it out.
Thank you.
I gave you your written intro, your background stuff, but how would you explain what you do?
Well, the easiest way is that I am Hollywood's premier exorcist. I remove, entities, what people consider demons, from people, places, and things.
That's fascinating. I'm very excited about this interview. So, yes,
it's a life.
I want to know more. How did you get into this?
Yeah.
To begin with, where did this come from? Because people usually, when they get into this, there's things that happen as a kid, and it leads them down a path toward. It's not like you just wake up and say, as an adult, I'm going to be an exorcist.
Yes, no, I didn't. That was probably the last thing I ever thought I would be.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was a kid, I could see entities with my eyes. I've always been able to see entities with my eyes. And so, I didn't know that was weird or different when I was like a small child. So I talked about it a lot, found out very quickly that is not okay to discuss. So I kind of stopped talking about it when I realized that not everybody had that. And honestly, I tried to ignore it really for most of my life. Like, who wants to be even weirder? I didn't. So I just tried to block it out as much as I could, but in reality there was only so much blocking that could be done. And then when I was an adult and I moved to LA and I was working on being a writer, I had like I don't know, a few stressors too many in 1 week. And the last one was like this fender bender. And when that happened, my sight just blew open. Like, I couldn't repress it anymore. I couldn't block it out. And I always joke, like, I sat down that night, with a bottle of scotch or whatever, and was like, okay, like, either I'm checking myself in or figuring this out. So what do you want me to do? And then over time, I started to learn what to do and how to do it, and opened up more. That was really the key. It was not shutting things down. It was actually opening up more. Yeah. So, we all have to come out of the broom closet eventually.
Was it scary to you as a kid, even though you thought other people could see it? I had a very large imagination as I was a child, not the same as actually being able to experience things, and I'm not implying that. But those things very much frightened me.
Sure.
So,
I mean, yeah, I think there were times that it definitely did. I didn't really understand what I was seeing. And I think even now, even today, I get some cases that are really scary for me still. And I do get visitations that sometimes feel pretty malevolent. So it's not always like, oh, cool.
And did you tell family members when you were a kid, and what was their reaction?
I told my mother, and my mother was a very difficult person who is long past now. And she was not keen on it. She did not want me talking about it. And so, I really didn't tell anyone else. It actually, when she kind of was like, don't do this, don't talk about this, I actually didn't tell anyone until I decided I was actually going to do this. I kept it from people I lived with, from significant others, from everybody, because I just thought it was too weird. This is crazy. It's crazy. I even had a manager at one time when I was starting to come out and talk about this a little bit, who was like, don't tell people this. It'll ruin your career.
What's your definition of a demon or entities, or are those two different things?
No, they're the same thing. I call them entities because they're all different. I don't know what you call it, different species, if you will. Like some are more malevolent than others, more intelligent than others. It's just, this is its own thing. But they are really what people consider demons. And they don't look like people. They're not deceased people. Deceased people don't actually possess people. That's a myth. That's not real. They can be annoying, but they don't possess people. So it's different. Unless it's a religious ceremony, totally different thing, not the same thing, because before someone says something, that's different. But yeah, so they are really what people consider demons.
When you said you came out, did you have, like, who do you go to? Is there anyone, like a mentor or anyone else like you could talk to? Like, what is that? What am I seeing? What is going on here?
Yes and no. I mean, I definitely had spiritual friends, that I could be like, so I didn't feel totally out of weird place, I guess. But more so, I when I say I opened up more, I connected to spirit, what people call source, what people call universe, what people call afterlife, whatever you want to call it, God, and in doing so was able to kind of learn what I was supposed to be doing in little drips, if that makes sense. And I had I don't know, open-minded enough friends who were like, because I didn't know what I was doing yet, and I was like, I think this will work. Can I see something with you? Can I try? And they were like, well, I guess there's nothing to lose if you already see something here, So I was like, okay, cool. And then I would start to work on people. It became very word of mouth. I was very, very under the radar for a long time. And in that word of mouth time, people would have, I don't know, a good experience. They'd go away, tell somebody else, come back. And that's kind of how it ended up happening. So it went from just, a friend here or a friend there to, I don't know, heads of studio, like rock icons, Oscar winners, everyone's family members, but also like the kids next door and a grandma from over here. And,
How do those people come to you? Because I think there's this idea of, oh, this person, like you use them as examples because I think people think they would never do that.
No,
so they're an example.
Definitely would. Yeah. 100%. I see more people in entertainment than I probably see out of it. And it's more open-minded than you think, like just in terms of like, especially like with actors and actresses, I feel like what I do isn't always like, I know I have an entity or attachment. Sometimes it's as simple as I feel blocked and I'm not sure why, or I've had a string of bad luck, and I'm not sure what's going on, or I went through this intense trauma and I'm not recovering well. Or, I just need a boost, or I have addiction issues.
I was going to ask about the addiction.
Yeah, for sure. And it's so crazy because when people come to me, because I also, just side note, work with infertility and help people conceive. So it's just all over the place. But when it comes to addiction, people come to me really in a place where they are almost like apologizing to me about, because they feel so guilty about having addiction issues. And it's nuts to me because of course people have addiction issues. Like, we've had so much trauma. We all have so much trauma going on. And I always tell people when they come for addiction or anything else really that I deal in roots, not branches. So I don't care about the addiction. That's not what we're here to solve. We're here to solve the trauma that's causing all of these things for you, so you don't have to feel guilty or ashamed about any of that stuff. It doesn't matter. Like it'll go when it goes. What we need to do first is take out everything else that's causing you pain.
Yeah. I'm a therapist, so it's very similar perspective of, and I mentioned addiction because exactly. There are people who have such guilt about who they think they are. And it's like, well, that is coming from a place. This has an origin, and trauma is, most people have their challenges because of whatever the trauma is. And it does latch onto you, and people cannot shake these things. And you can have conversations and all the things that they're bringing in where I work now. And you could have all these methods and all these systems. And it's very, very hard for people to move forward, even with all of that.
Of course. And that's why, I see a lot of therapists, a lot. I see people in re-traumatization all the time, which is essentially what that is, and not only just that, but people who are rescuers, people who work with elderly people who work with teens, people who, are paramedics and ER doctors. And I see all of those people all over the world.
So when you said about like seeing spirits, entities when you're a kid, what like movies in Hollywood, just to bring it to movies for a little bit since it's the horror show, do you think are like the best depiction of that? Like, I don't know, I think like Sixth Sense or anything like accurate.
Sixth Sense is great when you're talking about deceased people, for sure, because you definitely come across deceased people sometimes that really just have no idea what happened. So that's always tricky. I've said this a million times, I think, but I think Deliver Us from Evil is a really good entity movie. I think Veronica is a really good entity movie. I don't know if you remember that one with the Ouija board.
I'm not sure if I've seen that.
Wait, which one is it?
Veronica.
See, I'm looking at these up now because I'm. Yeah.
Deliver Us from
Evil. My movie is Witchboard.
Witchboard.
Which, is a classic.
It's a classic. It doesn't depict entity in the way that Veronica does, but I think there are a couple of like great. I will say this though. I think oftentimes when it comes to movies, and this is not every movie, so but just generally speaking, we tend to see the same kind of possession movie over and over and over again. And I've had a lot of conversations with people about this because we're going to be making my case files into movies. So I've just been talking to so many people about everything and how these movies are done. And it's like, I think, and you tell me, right? Because you guys are the horror podcast, so you would know. But I always try to tell people, especially executives, that people are not ever going to be bored of good versus evil. They're never going to be over possession. Like, they're never going to be like, no, I never want to see a possession movie ever again. But they are bored of how it's done, how it's shown. And I think that finding a new way into that is really important. So I'm hoping that, fingers crossed, it's ours.
Yeah, that's like everything, like zombies have been overdone, but if you find like a new way to do it is interesting. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Just something new and refreshing would be cool.
Yeah.
Is it going to be I guess I'm wondering, how will it be? Because there are supernatural shows and they have kind of like a vibe of a ghost hunter show, or you've got like, here's a scenario and walk with me as I talk about the thing. What could people expect for how it is presented to them?
Well, so I have, just personally speaking, I have and I'm looking at them like you can see them. I'm like, hello. I have like all of my unpublished journals of cases, all of my most interesting, most difficult, most challenging cases that I've made notes for myself for. Because sometimes you see similar things again, and there are things that I didn't want to forget, you know? So with the things that I've done that I consider my most bizarre or most interesting, oftentimes have to do with spaces. So, you know, entities can hold spaces as well as they can hold people, or less so objects. But spaces, I think, are always my most dangerous and my most unique. And, you know, so for example, one of my cases is something we call Rosewood Inn. I'm actually under NDA, so I can't say what the actual place is, but it's a functioning inn. Okay. And I was called to cleanse that space years ago now, when they were in the middle of a renovation, and it was a very tight renovation. So they were going to have to open really quickly. And so for me, it was like a 3-day in and out kind of thing. And, you know, similar things that you would hear in most of these kinds of tales, where it's like workers don't want to go in, someone's been injured, there's all kinds of noises, there's all kinds of crazy stuff. And so me at the time, and I'm so open about this, but I felt real cocky at the time. And I was like, sure, yeah, no problem. In and out, I can do that, no problem. And then, of course, when I went, realized that this was like a thing that I had never encountered before.
Wow.
And so, you know, it's kind of, so I guess mine would be kind of looking at that from that perspective, as like, here's the thing, even I don't even know. I've had 10,000 cases as of this year. So imagine, it's like, of course you get cocky, and then you walk in somewhere and you're like, oh my God, it's totally something else. So I think telling that kind of story is very cool, because it's like, what's different about it? What's unique about it? Why was it something I didn't see before? And all the things that happened there. There was a lot of trauma. There had been a lot of death, you know, that kind of thing.
Annabelle brought up the Witch board, but I just wonder what your thoughts are actually on Ouija boards.
I don't mind them. I know people think that's lunatic, but I don't. And I actually, gosh, a million years ago now, I did this Tubi special in which I was like, you know, it was called Celebrity Exorcism, in case anybody wants to find it, but where I was taking a few people, celebrities, through this house to use their gifts, and so I could cleanse the space. And anyway, one of the times that we were doing workings where they were learning to build their skills, they had a Ouija board. And I didn't say if anything was going to be good or bad. And so they were all working on it. And anyway, at the end of it, I was like, see, something good actually came through. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but something good came through. Because when you're first learning your mediumship skills, because by the way, everybody on the planet has mediumship skills. You just don't know, or you do. But it's kind of a birthright to be able to speak to deceased loved ones, to be able to speak to spirit guides, to be able to connect, to do all of that. So I teach people how to do that again, kind of unlearn all the stuff that caused you not to believe you have it, and start again, right? So in the beginning, we use tools, all kinds of tools, right? And that to me is just another tool. So I don't really feel anything about it necessarily. Obviously, you can cause yourself some damage if you don't do it well, I guess. But at the same time, people are walking around with entity attachment they don't even know, because nobody, like, entities don't need your free will, you know? So
Neal, I think the closest Neal has been to any kind of belief in the supernatural has been 2 experiences using the Ouija board with me.
Yeah. So we used it I'm a very skeptical person. That's probably like an understatement. But so we used it at a cemetery near me, and it was very early in the morning. It was very cold, and we were using, and we were getting answers with it, and they were very mundane. Which, looking back, I was like, I would think even if you were making stuff up, even unintentionally, it would be something, you know, something crazy or something. But it was like very basic stuff. And then what was weird, especially after when I looked into the cemetery, was we were asking like where they were, if they were like where we were.
It
like
was a
that.
couple.
Yeah.
It was an older couple. It was a doctor. He'd just been a regular doctor, and we asked, about his wife and were they together, and he just wouldn't respond.
It was kind of like moving around the board, actually.
Yeah.
But it never really stopped anywhere. And I
Yeah.
knew that cemetery was considered haunted, and it's been on shows on Sci-Fi and stuff, but I didn't know really why. And I looked into it after we did this, and that so they built the Cape Cod Canal here, and when they did that, it flooded that cemetery. And when they put the tombstones, they actually put them over a lot of the wrong places. So those tombstones aren't over all the right over the right like bodies. And then I started to think, when we asked where it was, and it just kind of, or if they were there, it just kind of like floated around the board, not really giving an answer. And then kind of just putting those together, I was like, this is like very strange.
Yeah. I mean, probably deceased people,
Yeah.
For sure. Because deceased people are everywhere. In fact, deceased people don't shut up. I'm just like, they're constantly that's the difference between entity and deceased people also, is entity is very insidious, whereas deceased people are like, hi, So for me, it's so funny because like a million times I've been asked to do ghost hunting shows, and I'm just like, there's no hunting for me. Like you just walk in and it'd be like, there's a ghost. We don't need any machines. Like there's a ghost.
It's the ghost meeting, right?
Yeah. They're right there.
How do you handle when people are a Neal person who is very skeptical?
Oh, I don't mind. I mean, I'm not like a church. I'm not like trying to convert you. I'm not trying to convince you.
I appreciate all that. And when I say skeptical, I wouldn't like attack someone, or you know what I mean. I'm respectful to everyone. And
yeah, I mean, I would, if I had to read your energy, I would say that you're skeptical because you want to be proven wrong. Like you want a foolproof, measure of like, yes, there it is, paranormal. In your face. Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people do, like they don't, because a lot of people have a specific mindset about life, and that would change your entire mindset about life. And so in order to have that, you want proof. And so I totally get it. So for me, it's like, people always are like, well, how would you handle someone who's saying that they don't believe it or whatever? I'm like, don't believe it. That's fine. It doesn't change what I do. It doesn't change the existence of this, and it doesn't change my work. So, but to say I do kind of love to work on people sometimes that are really skeptical and are like, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to change. And then be like, okay. And then work on them and then have them be like, oh my God, my whole life is different now.
Yeah, the other one that was where we used the Ouija board in Salem. Yeah. And Annabelle could say, because like I'm not trying to be tough guy, but I don't get like scared of stuff. But there was like two glowing eyes in the tree up above, which then afterwards, like, oh, it's probably like a raccoon or something. But it was very strange. It was a very strange experience.
No, stop. You could say you thought it was a raccoon. I remember being there.
I'm like, yeah, whatever. But no, at the time I wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah. And we record everything. So we're recording the Ouija board experience, and we're like this, and the camera's over here, and we're doing our thing, and Neal looks up, and he is visibly fixated on it, is distracted, looks concerned, and he just looked for a while. It was very noticeable. That did freak you out.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And that stuck with you. So I don't know when you suddenly said it's a raccoon.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I tried to explain it in my mind in a normal way, and I'm like, oh, maybe it was a raccoon.
It wasn't a raccoon though.
It was a very weird experience. Yeah.
Well, Salem is a very haunted place. A lot of things went down.
Yeah.
So it's very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's having some issues with his dogs at home. So maybe the dogs are know what's going on here. Yeah,
for sure. Animals pick up on what?
Yeah, there was another weird experience. Now they mentioned it too. Not a Ouija board one. We're at the Muter. How's it? The Muter Museum.
Muter?
Yeah, in Philadelphia, and they have a wall of skulls, and one of the skulls was just like really like it actually made me feel weird. and we went up and you could read who the skulls belonged to, and that particular skull was blonde. It was a child killer from Russia. It was like a really terrible like story of that skull, and it was very strange because that one, just out of all the skulls, there's probably like dozens, just gave me this weird feeling out of all.
Well, then it seems like regardless of how skeptical you are, you have empathic tendencies if you're picking all that up.
Yeah, it was definitely very strange. So, yeah. So, Sister of Darkness, and I just found out today that it's on Audible as well, which is your
yes.
And I listen to audiobooks every day when I'm walking, so I'm gonna check out Sister of Darkness on Audible.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is my memoir. That's all about how all this stuff happened and all the different things that you can look for with yourself and how to raise your own vibration, how to knock some of that out yourself, for everyone I won't get to.
I think that's fantastic that it's not like it's not just. It's important that your history, but also this idea of you are helping and that you have a goal of helping others, of bringing them to a place where they have more of that positive true self and not this sad, harmed person.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. At the end of the day, regardless of what people believe or what they don't, I'm helping people, that's my entire goal. Like I love doing the TV and film stuff. That's my creative outlet, but this is my calling. I mean, this is what I do. So it's really spectacular to get to work with people either remotely or here, just to see the change in their lives. I mean, it's crazy how much change happens for people when they just go, okay, why not? I'll give it a shot. Maybe something.
I also saw that you're this is a little different off topic, but as part of you is that you're doing a body horror film.
Yes, I am. I am. Yeah. So let me back it up a little bit. So obviously when I do work for others or with others, everything's very mainstream horror, like it's very like cool and you can put it everywhere and that's great. And then when I'm left to my own devices, I write things that everyone's like, oh boy, I don't know. I don't know if we can make this. So yes. So I did write one of those last year. I was just in a space and I had this idea, because I work so much in trauma, and you would understand this, Annabelle, like you start to realize the magnitude of what that trauma does to people, especially generational trauma and trauma between mothers and daughters and adult daughters and mothers. And so I ended up writing this very small body horror film about an adult woman who has major issues with her elderly mother now, who is no longer has the means to have the care that she's had. And she now has to go back to this town where this terrible thing happened that she hasn't been back to since she was a teenager, to help her mother get a home care provider. And it doesn't sound like horror when you say it like, or maybe it does, I don't know. But it does end up being a body horror, very surreal, very weird and out there kind of movie. And we are just going out to cast in the next couple of weeks. So it's very exciting. We're in the beginning stages of pre-production, but we're slowly chugging along.
It's a great setup. That's a great
Thank you.
premise for a story. It is talking earlier about something that is different, but it's true. These are the things people go through. People have these experiences of having to care for elders and what that brings in and all of this stuff that comes up. So yeah.
Especially when you're talking about, and you're talking about essentially unhealed dynamics between people and secrets, family secrets, and all these things that are there, and everybody has it, and we don't really talk about that much. I think we've I don't know, touched upon all of these familial things in the last few years, and thank goodness, I think too, a lot of people paved the way for my little film, I think, because we've also been like seeing really weird out there films do very well, like in festivals.
That's something we talk about on the show, Annabelle, reviewing movies, because it used a lot more bizarre stuff hit mainstream theaters. I would see weird stuff streaming or at like an indie film festival, but not like theatrically released to like mainstream folks.
Yeah. And even in just festivals alone, like these are films that are winning now. So people are like actually taking notice of these like very weird, very different kind of movies. And I think that that's great because now it's like you can kind of really creatively just go out there.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it used to be people thought like wide audience wouldn't go see these things or they wouldn't understand them, but it seems like there's more people out there who want to watch something like that than people thought.
I think
besides like a Marvel movie, that's the kind of stuff that people actually go out and see.
Yeah. And I think we're still on a line with what studios feel like they can make, and actually sell to an audience versus the reality of maybe what they can make and sell to an audience. We're still kind of towing that line a bit. So I think hopefully we'll get a little weirder movies going mainstream too and doing really well, because I do think people are interested. Like they are interested in seeing different, unique storytelling in horror. I think sometimes people really underestimate horror audiences. And they think, well, it has to be like this trope and this trope and this trope for people to come see it. But I think people are, as an audience, maybe getting a little tired of that too. So, the more we can make these kind of strange, interesting stories and relatable stories to people like in their 40s, heaven forbid, right? I think the more people will come see it.
Yeah, horror is so amazing because you can take horror and parallel all of the drama and comedy. That horror does all of those things. There's a potential to have horror fill those roles. So if you have, it sounds very much like a horror drama where you're going to use, and you're going to use body horror to really, really bring that to life, because it's not a good experience in trying to use horror as a vehicle to be able to tell and to hit the emotions the way horror can, the way other movies don't.
Exactly. And when you're talking about really difficult subjects, which is also kind of my issue. When I'm left to my own devices, I end up writing things that are very difficult subject matter, to which my poor manager is like, what am I going to do with this? Because everyone's like, people don't want to see this, they don't want to see that. But I'm like, no, it's how you tell it. It's how you show it. It's how you show it. But like, especially when you're dealing with really difficult topics like abuse and trauma and childhood abuse and trauma, and how that reflects as an adult, because you carry that so much. I mean, in my practice, I see people who are in their 60s who are like, I still hear, my father's voice when I was 10 telling me I'm worthless. And this is what I've been carrying around, trying to fight with constantly. I mean, so it's like, how can you show that to people in I don't know if this is the right term, but I feel like horror is kind of a safe space to show those things a lot, and when I direct with my partner, as you've seen before with Posies, I like everything to be beautiful. So body horror has to, for me, be very, very, very beautiful, which is not usual. It's very unusual. But for me, I feel like that's part of the storytelling of difficult subject matter, is being able to show it in something that's almost magical and surreal.
It's very interesting. I'm so curious.
Yeah, and I'm looking.
It made me think about, and I don't know if this is beautiful, but the TV show Hannibal.
Oh, definitely it is.
It's like so artistic.
A stunner. Yes, I absolutely love that. And I think that's a perfect example, though, mine might be a little less extreme than that, but, it's fancy. So yeah, but that's perfect because it is just so beautiful and in so many ways pretty surreal and very saturated and very interesting looking. And I think that adds a layer of I don't know, fantasy to it too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because when you're telling these kinds of stories too, at least for me anyway, it's kind of again towing a line. It's like this is reality, but what isn't reality? What is this person go? What's going on in their mind? And I think the more you can make those fantasy elements around, it just enhances it so much.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what you're saying about that was a show definitely pushed the boundaries of what you could show on TV, and much more graphic than most things, and also like you said, it was a surreal element, seeing like how they would lay out the victims and stuff. It was a very strange show.
But it keeps a safety by doing that as well. It makes it safer for the audience because it's beautiful, it's magical, it's real. Who's even going to do? Nobody would do this.
Right.
So it kind of keeps that, at a level.
It's not a realistic show. Yeah.
Yes, you're not going to be like going to sleep like super afraid that that's going to happen to you unless you find like a very creative murderer. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful thing that horror does. The metaphor, it's so powerful. Like you said, you can have something kind of process through it in this art way, the way dreams are supposed to be processing the crap that's going on in your brain. So
exactly.
I'm fascinated.
And that is the way, that's like a perfect way to say how I like to direct and write, because I want it to feel like this kind of very fast moving dream sequence for you in your brain, that you're just processing like 10,000 things you don't even know you're processing. And I love that, because what happens with movies like that or storytelling like that is you don't know why, but you're thinking about it for days and days and days.
Yeah.
Where can people follow you to see, the progression of these things you're working on?
Oh, sure. I'm on Instagram. That's kind of where I think I'm best. It's RH Stavis, just like what's here. And I'm also on TikTok, giving it a go. Don't know if I'm best, but that's
might not be around much longer. I don't know. So
I know. Well, for now, I guess you can.
Yeah. I joined it not long ago too. So.
Something will take its place.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure. I kind of think it'll stay around, and someone will quote unquote buy it or whatever. But
honestly, I love social media, but I also kind of hate it. Like I feel like I'm just
I agree.
too much, and I need a moment to put a phone down.
But honestly, if you have anything out there today, you have to be on it to some degree.
Oh, sure. And to be fair, like I'm seeing my friends' photos.
Oh, sure, yeah. I wouldn't have met Annabelle without the social media.
Yeah, sometimes it's good,
Right.
I think it's good. I feel like I'm on it too much, so I just need to put it away at times.
There's a show, I don't know if you've seen it, called Evil. Have you seen the show? It's got the guy from
Evil so much.
And the possible, thinking about the dangers of technology and how it can creep into you and have such an impact on you. Anything that hasn't seen the show, I love it. Clearly you love it.
Entity pretty well. I know it's kind of a comedy at this point, but I love the tone of that show. I think that show is so much fun. It is one of my absolute favorite shows. Yeah. I think they do such a good job.
I haven't seen
Annabelle talks about it a lot. I've never seen it, but
it's so much fun. I actually, I'm my show we're doing with Glenn Mazzara, and he's my showrunner, and he's also my buddy, and he at one point had not watched it yet, and I was like, you have to watch it, you're gonna love it so much. And he's like, really? I'm gonna love it so much? And I was like, yes. He's so busy, he just doesn't get to see things that much, so I'm constantly going, watch this or watch this. And then he did, and he was like, I loved it so much.
It's a hard premise for me to describe. It's like this woman, she's a psychiatrist, and she's interrogating a guy who might be possessed, and then there's a priest, and this other guy who's like a ghost hunter. And I think people just think it sounds ridiculous the way I describe it. But
you can't honestly even pin down the tone. If someone was like, what's the tone of this show? I'm like, I don't know. It's its own tone. You just have to watch it. I don't know. You just have to watch it.
Yes. What do you think about that, the technology part? Because that's kind of where I'm talking about getting into, and people are kind of sucked towards TikTok. I think is really bad. I know a lot of people who just be because it knows from your choices, and this I think they brought this up in the show. It's it takes this much time, and it's got you, and it's
a little scary. I think there are a couple of things that are really weird about social media. that maybe people think are good. But like one thing that in particular I think is really not good about social media is that people have too much access to other people. I think that's a problem. So like, you know, when being someone who works in Hollywood or, you know, works with people who are megastars or whatever, who went from no social media to social media, it's rough because people feel like they can comment and say anything to people, and it's harassing and it's mean, you know, and they're just like, they're people dealing with stuff. You know, it's not really different. It's just that this person lives in a glass house for you, you know. So in a lot of ways, it's actually worse, but it's very hard to explain that to people who don't understand. And so it's like, I don't know. I feel like when there was a layer of separation for people, it was a little easier, but I can also see the flip side of like, you get to interact sometimes with your favorite, whatever, you know, and follow them and see what they're doing today or see where they are. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like you're saying, people will. It's like the troll culture, and they don't really. Maybe they don't realize it's like an actual person reading this, or they don't care, or whatever. I don't know, but yeah.
I have
So
one friend. I'm not going to name any names, but I have one friend who's an actress, and she's freaking delightful. Like she's the delight of a human being, and people just comment nasty things to her all the time. And I'm just sitting here like, why are they doing this? It's so crazy. Like she'll post anything, and it's like mostly nice things. And so many people will say so many mean comments, and I'm just like, this makes no sense. Like this woman is wonderful. Like stop, just stop doing it.
Yeah, if you don't like them, I also do wrestling stuff, and there's some really nasty trolls there, and I was just like, why do you even just don't follow that person?
I don't know.
If you don't like something, just keep on going.
There's lots of things I don't like. I just don't follow them or pay attention.
Yeah,
those people need exorcisms. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yeah, agreed.
They are unhappy in their lives.
They are, for sure. They are miserable.
Well, I know we're supposed to
Not
keep
good
half
for
hour.
anyone.
Yeah. So we went over the half hour. I'm sorry, but I really appreciate coming on, and it would be cool to have you back sometime.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anytime. Well, thank you so much for having me. It was so much fun.
It's been great.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
Good to see you again,
And
and
look forward to your work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, bye.
Bye.
All right, good night.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was cool. Rachel.
Yeah. Could talk with her forever. And she likes all the coolest things.
I really like her a lot. She's very cool. I like that. So she's talking about serious stuff, but she's also into the horror movies, and I like that. I think she's cool. I think it'll be fun, a recurring guest here on the show.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to. I really like Posies. It's out there on Alter, which is
I'm
the
gonna
biggest.
see that.
I forgot to even mention tomorrow is National Paranormal Day.
Is it?
I didn't know that.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Chris says that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Do you have any movies coming out in honor of that or anything tomorrow?
That's a good tarot. I should have brought that up.
Okay. Very good.
Tarot the movie looks dumb. I think it looks dumb, but
I think it looks good.
But you think it looks good because you don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know anything about it. I like the art on the tarot cards in it.
Yeah, but the artist, even if you don't believe it, there's very specific purposes for the art on tarot cards. It's very meaningful. So it's just one of those things. If you have information, like anything, if you knew about wrestling and someone makes a movie about wrestling and you know it's bullshit,
yeah,
and you're gonna go, wow, that's bullshit.
Like the Iron Claw, some of that. But yeah. Some people are telling me it's the fucking great.
And you might love tarot. Maybe I'll love tarot, but
yeah. I don't think I'll. I thought it looked entertaining.
It looked like fun from the ad.
Yeah. I don't think it looked like this is like the Godfather of horror or something.
Yeah.
No, it could be a good time. I will certainly watch it.
Yeah.
Certainly. I'm curious how they handle it, but
I know
it's a vehicle to tell a horror story.
Yeah. I was just who told. I'm sorry. I forget who told me this. Might have been Troy Minkowski out there, but
did you just make that person up?
No. He's a guy I know.
He's a guy I know. I'm sold.
I made 8 bits for him for his comic book. So It's what I something about the glow of the TV. I saw the TV glow. I think this
Oh,
is
yeah.
Yep.
And so it's what was playing at the Brattle Theater tonight at 7. The only time.
Wow.
Bastards.
I looked it up. It's not playing tomorrow. It's not playing Saturday. It's not playing Sunday. The hell are you doing to me, Brattle?
I thought they usually had at least a couple shows of everything.
Yeah, apparently it's playing during Boston International Film Festival, which is happening right now.
Is it? Because it seems like that's been going on for a month.
Yeah, I think it goes on for a long time.
It does seem like,
which is great, but
yeah.
I thought, I missed it because people are talking about going to it, so I must have missed it. But then now they're still talking about it. Like when maybe I haven't missed it. I don't know. I guess not.
So I think they're going to show it at AMC because that's where I saw it advertised.
Oh, really?
Maybe it's just playing first at the festival before.
Oh, we saw that trailer.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked great.
So it was listed on a group there's like 10 new horror movies coming out this month. This was on Bloody Disgusting. I'll go over that quick and then we'll go over the awards because I know a lot of people want to hear that. But
I'm just curious what people in the audience thought about that interview.
Yeah. Oh, well, I saw Nicholas Hatch said it was a very deep show.
Yeah. Look at all this.
John Rady said, wow. Chris decided to start following her. That's very cool. And anyone who follows her, let her know that you heard her on the show.
So Pepe, the owl's eyes glow. This wasn't a big tree. There are no leaves in the trees this time of year. It was a deciduous leaf tree. Would have had no leaves. There was no owl in that tree. There was no raccoon in that tree.
Yeah,
I didn't even see it, but I could see Neal is not like he was staring, like jaw, like agape, not like, but he was staring and not paying attention to what was happening. It was really, really wild. You've seen a raccoon like maybe freeze for a second, or an owl maybe would sit. I don't know.
All right.
I don't have. It's like aliens. I don't have proof at all, and I don't even know if maybe I don't even believe it. I don't know, but it didn't seem like those things.
It was definitely weird.
Dave has arrived, so Pepe said it's okay if you were scared.
It was weird.
And
I don't see Dave.
Pepe was saying it's okay. Dave, yeah, he showed up over here. He came in during the interview.
Oh, hey, there I see him.
Hey, y'all.
Very cool. Yeah. Good to see him here. Something I almost brought up too is I'm hearing my echo. Do you guys hear that?
Oh, just for that moment. Yeah, now it's gone.
Now, Troy, do you our grandmother passed away a few years ago. She had like a mark on her hand where her mother burned her. And she had taught purpose? Yeah. Because she used to talk about when she was a kid, like she could see stuff in the future, and her mother told her never to do that and like burned her hand. And she told me that story before, and I always wish we recorded video of her telling some of these things. But I always think about that, and I always brought up to Rachel, but I wasn't sure how to really phrase it or anything. But it reminded me because when she was saying like she was trying to repress when she was a kid, like you've seen stuff.
Troy, what are your thoughts about all of this?
I'd like to believe, but I don't. I think anytime I'm ever excited about like, okay, when I first saw like a Ghost Hunters thing, like, man, this is fucking great. And then they go through and like, oh yeah, it's breezy over here because you got a crack in this, and nothing's happening there, and this isn't it.
That would be a good question.
Very disappointed.
Yeah.
That would be a good question, what she would think about stuff that's like clearly someone. I used to call it like the hillbillies hunting monsters. And it was clearly like these guys were just like, they didn't believe this stuff. And so, what does that do to someone who's, who actually, believes what they're doing and stuff. And then there's someone that's clearly just making a show. Like, does that does that hurt? Like, someone.
Oh,
who's
it has to, because I remember those goofs, because it was like, oh yeah,
it was
the
the
werewolf of
werewolf.
Bog Hollers up here.
Yeah,
and then
they,
they'd make a
this is
giant trap that was like 20 feet tall and 12 feet across.
so dumb.
And
So
there's like
dumb.
6 big fat hillbillies sitting around.
Oh
And
my God.
like, oh, did you see him? He just ran right past us. There he goes now. And
And they would just make stuff
every
up.
episode was like that.
And it was like, this is it's Howling Rock. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then they said, then there would just be like a down tree. And they're like, oh, this is the trap that the werewolf set for us. I'm like,
That's
werewolf
like
set
being a
trap?
child. That's like the kind of stuff you talk about when you're young and when you're like, oh yeah, like that was fun as a child.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they just brought that forward.
It was entertaining, but like not in
Yeah.
a way like, oh yeah, these guys are really
No.
That's when Troy and I were going to start, which was a project we never really finished. But they were going to actually do Arbor Day, but we were going to do the Giant Hunter show where we walked around the woods.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Saying this is proof that there was a giant here.
Yeah, we just see where like a tree fell over or something. Oh, see, giant print. Just shit like that.
That sounds good. Maybe that could still come to be.
Yeah, it could be.
That's
It could be.
true.
That could be a short or we envisioned it as a like a series, like a web series.
You could have it be a clip in Arbor Day that someone is watching it.
That would be
and
good.
The littlest little blip.
Yep.
I don't know.
I like it.
I'm wondering about the whole ghost hunting phenomenon that happened. I don't even remember when that all started, ghost hunters and all of that. But I think that in some ways, kind of like how she's not making Terrifier, clearly, right?
Right.
But that movie made it. So I think there are some things that might have a broad enough appeal to open the door so that things that have an actual quality will come in through that door.
Oh yeah, you never know what's gonna just take off.
Yeah, I'm very interested. She seems fantastic. So look
There
at
you go.
that. There you go. Yep, love those Tootsie
Oh,
Pops
yeah.
you got going
I'm
on there.
loving
Yeah,
that. That's
that
great.
was my idea. Was that the giant, like that's how you'd get giants with like a candy, and so I would throw
Makes
like
sense.
Tootsie Pops around.
See, instead of reusing Night of the Living Dead a bajillion times, you could have you could put that as like whatever's on the TV. What's your favorite Tootsie Pop?
Probably I like anything flavored grape is always good.
I like
Blue raspberry for me.
Blue raspberry is good too.
There's a blue raspberry one?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if there is.
What's the
Well, I
color
mean,
of the
I'm not doubting you. I'm looking
Yeah.
here. I see grape. Looks like
There were some weird
green.
colors in there though.
Yeah.
Not from my
Maybe
childhood.
grape came around more recently.
Oh,
Grape
so maybe there was.
gold.
Maybe there wasn't even a grape. Maybe it was blue raspberry.
Was that what
Or
it was
maybe
called?
blue raspberry came around later. That's what I meant.
Yeah. I just know that, in my opinion, out of all anything grape or orange is good.
Usually you're right. I like the cherry stuff sometimes. I always hate the fruit punch flavored anything. It's usually just sugar water. Like just
I
nasty.
do like sugar.
I love
This is
sugar
a-
too.
This is cherry lime.
Oh,
It's some kind of stuff
Cherry
I put in my
lime.
water.
sounds like a fancy lad drink if I've ever
It's like
heard.
a hydration thingamajig I put in my water. I'm walking.
Mhm.
All right. So, yeah, I walked 11 miles yesterday. I'm getting into
Yeah,
shape.
that's
You walked
great.
11 miles
Play
yesterday.
Arbor Day. What?
Yesterday you walked 11 miles.
Yeah,
Why did you walk so many miles?
Well,
There is a story behind this. I
There
think.
is. I did my regular walk, which was, I don't know, probably half that, so 5 miles. And then everything was, I noticed, well, first of all, I noticed there's police cars with their full siren, which doesn't really happen in my town. I was like, well, I wonder what's going on. And then I saw these fire trucks. Then I noticed everything was dark. And then I got a call. It was a voicemail saying it was actually from the internet saying that there's an outage in your area, which there's gonna be like all your internet and stuff's out.
Was caller ID the internet?
Yeah, it was Xfinity, and so like it'd be out till 11, and this was like 7 something. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, God, I picked a bad day to skip lunch, so I ate breakfast. I skipped my lunch and just had tuna and stuff for snacks, and then I was gonna go home and cook myself a nice dinner. And then I was like, well, shit, now I can't do that. So maybe I'll stop somewhere. I was like, no, that's not happening because every place was complete blackness my whole time, all dark. So I get, long story short, I get home, and they sent my mom home from bingo because the bingo, apparently some of the older women there had to stay because if your car was parked in the front, they wouldn't let you get it because it was unsafe. What happened was someone ripped a whole pole out of the ground with their car and then tried to drive away.
What they do? Carry the pole down the street?
Yeah. So then the police caught him a little bit down the street. And so like this whole section was like it was unsafe to be in. So there was many down wires, a whole pole and stuff. So I was like, am I gonna sit around at home and I can't do anything and I'm starving? So like I'm gonna walk it's almost 3 miles to McDonald's. And then I can also hang out at McDonald's. I'll have light. I'll get a hot cup of coffee. I'll have internet. So like, yeah, I'll go do that. What the hell? So I went down there and then I stayed there till they closed the lobby and then I walked home. So it ended up being
poor mom home in the dark.
I brought her home a hamburger.
A 3-mile cold hamburger.
Yeah, it was cold, but the lights were on when I got back.
What was she doing?
The lights were on when you got back.
Yeah, but I didn't get back till after midnight. So I think they came back on. I came home pretty late. I think I came home about 1 because they came. I think the lights came on back at midnight.
I think it was about 1. Yeah,
or 12:15 or something. They came back. They were a lot later than it said it was going to be.
Poor Brenda.
Well, she could use her phone if she just used the not the Wi-Fi.
Oh.
Okay. So yeah, she did that. She probably just went to sleep, took a nap, probably. What else? What was I going to do? Sit there and read stories to her?
Yeah, play cards. You pull out one of the amazing board games you have.
Oh yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, then I got sick. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I got sick eating McDonald's. I got McDonald's and I got sick. It made me sick.
Really?
Yeah.
That sucks. Did it make your
mom
sick?
That's never good.
No.
It's probably the fries then.
Yeah, I had the new Cajun bacon chicken sandwich and some fries and a cup of coffee and something there made me sick. The fries did seem old. I probably shouldn't have ate them.
Yeah, but how old can they be? They can't be old.
Honestly, it's probably something just greasy because greasy stuff will upset my stomach.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Yes. So everybody out in the world, cool about 11 miles though. I mean, as long as you didn't break yourself.
It was 25,000, and it was over 11 miles altogether.
It's crazy.
No, but my legs were very not numb. They were very stiff. But I feel fine today.
All right.
And
I did find out though.
Shout out to my dentist. Was it?
It was Captain Victory by Heritage Comics in '82. That's when the fighting fetus made the scene.
Oh wow!
Was Captain Victory the one that's like, I hate him?
Yep. He's the guy going, that son of a bitch. I hate him. I hate him forever.
Shout out to my dentist. I had a they took out my old they replaced the filling in my tooth, and man, my new dentist I don't feel a thing when I'm there. She's great.
That's
not
awesome.
like the old dentist who is like using like a hand crank drill.
He's
our old dentist. I think I still have a footprint from my jaw where he was taking out my wisdom teeth. He was not a gentleman.
No. Wow. So what happened? He died?
No, he retired. I see.
Yeah, we
but
finally
I
had
see
sense and left him. Like, dude, there's no reason we keep going back here to this guy. Don't know why we do, but we did.
Let's see. So, Severed Limb 16, huge success.
Oh, yes.
Over 500 viewers total.
That's
That
awesome.
insane.
Wow.
It was the most watched one ever.
It was great too.
yeah.
I mean, it's always fun, and these films were like, they were really good. It's a lot of good stuff.
Vic said this was really weird because just real quick before we get to these awards. So I remember you used to numb you, and they'd bring you a newspaper, and you'd sit there forever till you get numb. And back in the day, they'd have to give me multiple shots for me to get numb whenever I was doing anything. But now, you give me a shot, and I was like numb in like 5 minutes, and then about a half hour later, it wore off, and
yeah, you were out of there in like 25 minutes. I
was really shocked. And then a little bit later, the numbness wore away. My lips stayed a little bit, but and no pain. Knock on wood. I was like, wow, this rocks. So.
The last numbness was probably like diluting the Novocaine with water.
We were wondering about that because nowadays it seems like either they have better Novocaine now.
No,
it's like
it's Novocaine.
even at my dentist, it's like ping and then bang, I'm good to go.
Yep, I think it was him.
One time he actually filed down one of my teeth because when I closed it, and anyway, he didn't use Novocaine. It was not a good time.
Yeah, you could tell he was an old like military dentist, and it showed.
Yeah, he would also talk a lot about his political beliefs for some reason, which is probably not like a great thing because you don't know like what the other person's thinking. And
he clearly didn't care about anything.
No. Very homophobic guy. Like, he had a laundry list.
And he shared that.
Yeah, it's very strange. You're sitting there like he's doing doing whatever, root canal, whatever, and he's like telling you he's like super. It was when gay marriage was really being talked about, and he'd just be going off, and it's like, dude, like I don't want to hear this shit. Like you can't even say anything because your mouth was open.
Yeah, there.
And do you want to be like, hey asshole, and then be like, what? Let's see. Anyway,
what is going on in this chat with teeth? But we've got severed limbs, and we're distracted by teeth.
But it was a great lineup, as Annabelle was saying. It was awesome stuff. So many good things. It was a really good time. And even though it was 7 hours, it really did go by very quick for 7 hours, I have to say.
Yeah. Yes. Especially the breaks for normal
I didn't
people.
see the whole thing. I
refresh.
would check in like anytime I could.
Yeah. Break every hour for which was, with the trailers. And then we had a 20-minute intermission. It was good.
Yeah, it's good. And people stayed for...
Yeah,
that's awesome.
People were there beginning to end. A lot of the people were involved who created stayed. Maybe they would have their own film. And I think for the most part, people stayed even for a little bit after, very supportive of each other. So it's a good environment. It's a very supportive place. So it's great movies, and the audience is also nice. But you can make them go away. You can like click a thing, and then there's no chat. You don't have to see it if you don't want to.
So here we go. So all these are based on voting by the judging panel. And this time I did a little bit different. So it's the judging panels and audience together. So the audience choice counted as one judge vote is how I did.
Interesting.
All right. So the best script. The runners up are Nightmare and Transvile. The winner is Evil Unleashed. Best score or music. The runners up.
Clapping. We gotta be like, yay!
Bravo.
Best score music. The runners up. Eve Valentine, which is actually Sam Haines here. And Cup of Tea.
Mm-hmm.
The winner is Nicholas Hatch, 1 down.
Whoa, Nicholas! Congrats! Very cool. Good for him.
The Tom Tolles Award. Now, this is complete audience choice. This was voted the best short by the audience. Runners up, Ruti and Sweet Dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner is Erecting a Monster 3, The Res Erection.
Nice.
The Irwin Keyes Award, audience choice for best trailer. Runners up, Shadows of the Night and Curtains Linen Unleashed.
Oh my God.
I just love the title.
It was so funny.
The winner for audience choice, best trailer, Air Fryer Slaughter.
Congratulations.
The Joe Pilato Award, which is best scene. For people who don't realize why I named that one the Joe Pilato Award, it's when Joe's getting ripped in half and he's like,
of course.
The best.
Yeah.
He's still my highlight of that movie.
So runners up are the zombie scene from Tales to Chill the Bone, Volume 4, and the dinner scene from Meat.
Mm-hmm.
The winner, the Joe Pilato Award, is the ending of Sweet Dreams.
Nice.
Yay.
The George Casana Award for Best Line, who also gave the line from the original Night of the Living Dead. They're dead. They're all fucked up.
Yep.
Runner up. There's only just one runner up here, and that is the conversation about Andre the Giant from Sweet Dreams. And the winner of Best Line is Hunting Dick Makes Me Hungry from Erecting a Monster 3, The Rise or Erection.
That was
Oh my God.
The Rowdy Roddy Poster Award. So this is the best poster. The runners up, The Evil Unleashed. I wrote that twice. I'm missing the other. I'm sorry. The winner is Erecting a Monster 3, The Res.
That poster
Erection.
is pretty rocking, I gotta say.
They're doing pretty good.
Yeah, they're cleaning up here.
Mm-hmm.
The Paul Kellman Award. This is best trailer. This is voted by the judges. Runners up, Air Fryer Slaughter and Desde la Penumbra.
Penumbra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the winner is Hairball.
Hairball. Oh my goodness.
With the cats. The Alexander Hawk Award for most memorable or lovable character. Runners up are Overtime.
Was he in any of them?
No,
Alexander?
he's not.
All right.
And Transvile.
Mm.
The winner is Cooking for Friends.
Nice.
Which is a real. She is really great in that. It's the host of the cooking show.
Mm-hmm. She is great. I love that so much.
The Herschel Gordon Lewis Award for Best Gore or Kill. The runners up, The Longing and Sweet Dreams.
Mm.
And the winner for Best Gore or Kill is Meat.
Oh.
So congratulations, Christopher, here in the chat.
What happens in this kill? Can you describe it for the world?
Oh, well, it's the gore is they actually have a feast of human parts, and it does look absolutely amazing. And I have to admit, I am one of the judges. I'm not the sole judge. There's actually a judge panel and the audience and stuff. And that I don't want to give out my opinions, but I did vote for me. It was between the Sweet Dreams ending is pretty great too.
Oh yeah. Yep.
There was a lot of good gore. The Ben Chapman Award for Best Creature or Creatures. The runners up, Nightmare and Tales to Chill the Bone, Volume 4.
Mm-hmm.
The winner is The Evil Unleashed for what people called the Granny. Yeah.
We should explain more of these little things.
Yes.
So people know. What can you say about that bit?
Oh, well, it's just a creepy older woman who's like, well, it's also kind of the payoff of the movie, so I don't want to explain too much. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But it's a really great, it's a great one.
Mhm.
Tales to Chill the Bonehead, Volume 4 had all great monsters in it.
Yeah.
And Nightmare. Nightmare is a really good one too, also by Chris here. The Marilyn Burns Award, which is the best hero or protagonist. Runners up, Overtime and Rootie.
Mhm.
The winner is Jessica in Nightmare.
Mm.
That's right. The Diana doll from Nightmare. It's a really cool doll. Was the runner?
Oh, okay.
It's very scary.
Yes. So
Unlike
congratulations.
the Annabelle doll.
Yes.
Oh, it was so much better.
The Gunnar Hansen Award for Best Villain or Antagonist. The runners-up, Killing with Kindness, which is a really cool villain, masked villain who's trying to feed the woman a cake, trying to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Things may go badly for them. And the Art Gallery Owners in Relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner for Best Villain or Antagonist is the Diana doll from Nightmare.
Oh.
The Betsy Palmer Award, Best Female Performance. Runners-up, Athena Park in Relevant. And Carla and Sisso and Kiss, I'm sorry, from Rootie.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner is Robin Adams from Transvile.
Oh, that's awesome. That was so good.
Yeah, that really was a great performance. Well deserved. The Dieter Laser Award for Best Male Performance. And for newer people, all these were all, because at the time I thought we'd only do one Severed Limbs. And so all the awards were named after former guests of the show who had passed away.
Except for Alexander, who is dead.
Right. He was in like 5 shorts, so
he was beloved in all of them.
Yeah.
We kept being like, "What is this? This guy just keeps showing up over and over." Yeah, pretty great.
The runners-up are Johnny Rock and Nick Ham for More Than Meets the Eye, which is a really cool short with 2. It's really well done for it's primarily 2 people on a bench, dialogue. And John Devlin in Erecting a Monster 3, The Resurrection. And the winner is Michael Joseph Delaney for Fishbowl.
Fishbowl.
The Robin Hardy Award, Best Director. The runners-up, Christopher Outridge for Nightmare. And Ryan M. Andrews for Fishbowl.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner is Jennifer Remba for Rootie.
Oh.
Very nice, very good I believe she's in Mexico short film. I think we opened the festival with it. The Conrad Brooks Award, the Made Me Laugh Award. The runners-up, Killing with Kindness and The Witch Hunters Are Coming. And the winner is Erecting a Monster 3, The Res Erection.
This movie is sweeping.
I know. This one's tough to beat.
The Joel M. Reed Award, Most Crazy, Weird, Bizarre, or Disturbing Short. Runners-up are One Down, Nicholas Hatcher, and Corruption. And the winner for the Joel M. Reed Award is Nightmare. Christopher Outridge here in the chat. The Angus Scrim Award for Scariest Short. Runners-up, Found Missing, which is very cool. Very it's a found footage horror film. And Nightmare. The winner of the Angus Scrim Award is Smintit. I forget how they say it.
Which one is this?
It was by he did 2 Q&As. He was where he was from.
You got to be prepared for these things.
Yeah, Minted. It was cool though. It was a very cool short. Yeah, congratulations. All right.
How many
And
total shorts were there?
36, I believe, or
Oh
38.
wow! Damn.
Yeah.
And the Sid Haig Award, Best Overall Short.
Oh.
The runners-up are Transvile and Nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner is Relevant.
Yeah.
It's a really cool short about an art gallery and the idea that you have to suffer to become a better artist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to give more of that away. It's very clever.
Very.
Yeah, all
Oh,
very
yeah.
deserving. Great stuff. Thanks
Yeah.
everyone who submitted a short. The next one will be this summer, maybe July. We'll think
It
of a
really
name.
is amazing to be able to give this opportunity to people who have films that they want to share that
Oh, it's
can
so much
submit
fun.
them. Sometimes you submit things and it costs you money to submit things. You don't have to spend money to submit it. Doesn't mean you'll get in, but you can at least submit it and take the chance. And it's awesome that you're able to do all of this stuff, Neal.
Thank you.
And give place people to see it, because there's so many people. We talk about, hey, get out to your local film festival,
yeah.
but some people don't have a local film festival. It's a lot of people. Like, we're very lucky to be in such an area that's got a lot in it, and a lot of things close together. So yeah, it's great. Congratulations out there, Christopher and Nicholas are both in the audience right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So congratulations to everyone. Yeah.
So the scary short Smintit. It's about a young woman who suffers from dementia after losing her husband. She's constantly fighting with her person for what happened in the past, and that was by Morrison Uline, who's very cool. He did and he kept thanking the Severed Limbs for having a platform for young filmmakers. So,
Oh, very nice.
Congratulations to him.
Yep.
Oh, he's actually part of the group. I did not realize that. Cool.
Yeah.
Well done.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So will
that
we
was a
have
great
that
time.
posted somewhere? A list of these winners? How
They
will
will be. I actually did not have time to make the trophies yet, but I thought it would be fun to list them off tonight, and we'll make the trophies by the weekend.
Will people get links to anything? I know not all of these are available.
Right.
Like
if anyone
links
has
to
links,
socials and things like that.
Oh, he's Romania.
Wow.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, I actually was working on a website. I need to finish that where it would have all the information since the beginning of
that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so
Really
much fun
good.
to check out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the ones that are out there you could watch, and then the ones that aren't, at least there'd be links to the filmmakers and you can check out their other work.
Yeah.
And as Michael Epstein always brings up, go and rate them on IMDb. And also, I always forget the name of the website he suggests. It's where you can keep track of everything you watch throughout the year.
Oh.
Wow.
And he always tells filmmakers it's good to get your films up there, even if it's a short film. That and IMDb, people can rate it, and then it gets the name out there.
Oh yeah.
And it is really good because sometimes there will be just haters, like true haters that are going to go on IMDb and just be a jerk just because people are, like was talking in the last interview. Sometimes people are just mean.
Yes.
You catch the mean-spirited cat every now and then.
So be the good-spirited cat and go over to IMDb and give these things your love and support. Hey, look at that great picture right there. I think I know what artist may have made that.
It's by the
And
very
that artist would be me.
there.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
So awesome, guys. Thank you so much for the awards and recognition for Nightmare. Well, thank you for sending in. It's great stuff.
Do you
Nightmare
I don't even know who the panel is. Do you release the names?
Sometimes I asked them to send in
shadowy?
pictures, and so it's Ty Chayman, Ashley Turner, and Jason Minton, and I'm not sure if anyone else wants their name out there, but
Aha.
No.
But there are people
And
in the shadows.
Yeah.
Jason Minton, very cool.
Yeah, Headless Critic.
Yeah, I'm glad he did that. I haven't seen much of Jason around these parts. So excellent. You chop
Get
him
away
up?
with the hatchet.
Is that why we don't see him? Because you chopped him?
Yeah,
Is
we're
this
making
a
the
cover
sequel to
saying
Meat.
he's involved?
We're making the sequel to Meat here.
Mhm.
Meat to Mitten.
Mhm. I'm hoping that I think we maybe talked about it with one of the last ones to get like more of a fanfare than us clapping.
The what?
Like have a little like some more fanfare than us clapping. Like maybe have like a drum roll.
Oh yeah, we'll work on that for next time.
Not that us clapping is not wonderful.
Yeah, through here I could play music and stuff, so it wouldn't be
Yeah.
that hard to do.
That
Through
would
your
be cool.
goatee?
Yes, yeah, I have a
Alright,
musical goatee.
That's impressive.
That would be the weirdest superpower ever. You're a superhero. Who are you? Spider-Man. Who are you? Superman. Who are you? I'm the man with the musical goatee.
Yep.
He's a bard. Bards have a purpose, apparently. So
Yeah, play music in the battle.
yeah, exactly. You play it through your beard. Will your beard move as it plays music?
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Take some
Mana.
I actually have a big prop over here from Arbor Day. I could go get it, I guess.
Really? Is it something that can be revealed?
Yeah, I could go get it. It'll just take me a second.
All right.
Right back. Talk
An
amongst ourselves.
awkward second?
No, like 5 seconds.
All right. Okay, cool.
And I could go to break real quick if you want. Do you need a break?
Is there something to share with people? Because you can share something with people if you want to do that.
Yeah, I could. I could. I'll play another clip here if you want.
Cool. Yeah.
Why
not?
That's
like
cool.
the
I'll grab
last.
another drink too, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
So we'll play the Jenny Spain now. So Jenny Spain here is going to talk about. This is from a clip from our recent interview with Jenny Spain, and then we'll be right back. 4 minutes. Jim does say that you had both you guys have a similar sense of humor, which helped make things not so awkward when he had to put different makeup on you. And stuff.
So there was okay. Sorry, this is funny. This is really funny. So there was a part where the directors were like, Jim, come here. I need for you to look at something. And so the directors were like, Jen, can you bend over? So I bent over and they asked Jim, I said, hey, her butt crack is too white. Can we darken it up a little bit? and Jim was just like, all right. I guess we're doing this. And I'm like, all right, do you need for me to like grab my ankles? Like, do I need to touch the ground? How far do I need to spread it? Just tell me. Just tell me how to do it, so we could just powder it up. And then also too with the merkin. The merkin. Did Jim ask about that one?
He did actually. So, yeah. Yes, he did.
Oh my gosh. So the directors would say, we need more hair on the merkin because this look like she's been there and the hair is just growing and growing.
Mm-hmm.
So Jim would literally like cut in little pieces, and I'm like laying there and he's like gluing little pieces of hair to me. And so this merkin had to actually be glued onto me. There's like a little piece that was going up my butt crack.
Oh.
And so every single time I had to go to the bathroom, I had to tear this thing off, and then it had to be re-glued. And then more hair had to be put on. And then I think the like the rape scenes and everything, the sex scenes, a lot of the hair was starting to rub off onto the guys.
Oh, wow.
And so they would be like, okay, stop. We're missing some hair. Jim, come over here. We need to add more hair. more hair. And I'm asking Jim, where the hell are you getting all this hair? Where's the hair?
Maybe I don't want to know, but yeah.
It looks like, no, I don't want to know. Fax artist.
That's why the dog was hairless. But yeah.
It was like trim. No, here you go. We got you covered. Yeah.
Did you get to keep the Merkin? I was just wondering if you could auction it off sometime or photo ops at a convention. I don't know.
Okay. So when we wrapped, I left a nice little gift in the hospital. So actually it was on the hospital wall. Okay.
Whoa.
So we had the penis that I bit into with the blood Merkin that I just like packed it up onto the wall. And I had a little tiny bottle of tequila that was sitting right next to it. Blood splatter. And I put Dead Girl Was Here.
Nice.
So
love it.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Oh, pretty cool. Yeah. All right. So we're back here. I'd like Troy to be here to reveal this since he made it. But
yeah. We'll just hang on.
Yeah.
We've got great story and suspense. It is. She's a really fun storyteller.
Yeah. Yeah. So she's working on her film, so that's cool.
Yeah, that's very good.
Spain. She does a lot of nice work for people too. So she's does a lot of stuff with animals and kids without families and stuff. So she's a good person.
Wow. Yeah.
I think I hear Troy in the background there. I think he's got all kinds of paint and stuff going on.
Yeah, I know.
Stuff going on there.
It looks like he's got a ladder and a push broom, and it's a crafter man's land.
Mm-hmm. So coming up soon on the show, like I'd mentioned, Greg Lamberson will be on, Joe Lamb of the Fetus, and Steve McGinnis, who is the graphic novel artist for Terrifier.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. That'll be really good. His stuff's really cool, and Terrifier, big fan of, and so that'll be good times. There's Troy. I see his arm.
I see his
shirt.
Yeah, with what's his face? It's not Galactus. Don't tell me. Thanos.
So I guess if you want season 4 of Chucky, you have to call like a number and try to let people know, like, bring it back for another season, or else maybe it's not going to be renewed for season 4.
I haven't seen any of it.
I haven't either.
I haven't either.
I need to watch it. So here is the reveal. So this is in 3 pieces. I'll just show one. This is so big, it's insane. This is the middle piece.
I think that was the one going down my gullet.
You are the middle piece. Sorry.
So this whole thing goes together. I believe it's 10 feet long.
Yeah.
Wow.
Each chunk is 3 feet, and then the hand is about a foot long.
Cool.
This is the demon.
Why don't you should blow yourself up on the screen so we could get a better view.
This is the demon arm for Arbor Day. Ooh. This is actually the handle.
Cool.
And this is the beginning
wow,
part.
That's amazing.
So then you could hook the middle piece to this, or you could just hook the end to this.
Troy, what did you make
so much
that
fun
with?
to make, and it's great because I didn't have a clue. I just went in blind on it, and I'm like, I think if I crinkle tape, and so I went and I got a bunch of masking tape at the fucking dollar store.
Amazing.
Yep, and so the hand has wires on each appendage, so you can make it bend a little bit either up or down. So if we
cool.
want to grab onto something. But I'm going to make a close-up claw as well, so that it actually moves and can grab shit.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so
Roy, this is so awesome.
Yeah, originally we were gonna do like 5 fingers, and then I was like, Troy, honestly, just 3 would work, you know?
It's a tree. It doesn't have 5 fingers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, you were
Yeah.
the one that had told me that, and I'm like, holy shit, that makes sense. Everything does come out
Yeah.
with trees in a tree.
Yeah.
And so the tape, and then I just painted the whole thing. It was cool. I did it like a very dark brown, and then did a lighter brown, like dry brush on it. And it gave it a really nice bark look. Then, of course,
That's
after I looked it
fantastic.
up, people are like, use tin foil and then put tape over it. Well, thanks for
Well-
telling me now.
Future stick arms and hands.
Yes. Well, then that's why I took another trip to the dollar store, and I've got 4 things of foil
Sweet.
for our next thing.
Yeah, we have a few things that are, you know, we need some more tree stuff. So it's this
Now
is
it's
definitely-
feature length movie. Troy's got to
Yeah.
start
I can live
producing.
my
Roy.
like Tom Savini like fantasies as a kid.
That's so cool. I'm really happy for you. I say it to Neil all the time. Every time he shows me something you've done, I'm like, I'm so happy for you. Amazing. It's awesome.
Oh, it's so much fun too. Like that thing, like just fiddling around with it. It was fun to do. I tried a couple of things, and then like some of the stuff didn't work as well as I thought it would because it wasn't as like sturdy, I guess. The
Mhm.
Crayola, like uber lightweight air dry clay stuff, which looks good for the face, but it didn't really work on the tree arm. But like for tree eye, it'll be kind of.
Yes. It's good tree eye.
But on the arm, it just all kind of crumbled off when the cats played with it.
Well, that's a good test though, because if cats are playing with it,
I
you're
let
going to be moving
Warlock
around
play
in a
with it.
stat, and yeah.
Yep.
Are you going to be doing gore and things like that if we are having gore?
At least one bit of it.
Yeah,
I don't know
we're
if I can
actually
reveal.
yeah. You can if you like. That's fine.
All right. I'm planning on making some intestines.
Nice.
12 feet of intestines.
Whoa. Human intestines are very long.
Yes. It'll be fun.
That's exciting.
That one, like I was at least Neil showed me like somebody had a video of how to do it.
Yeah, there's a few
because
of them.
My
on there.
idea was completely different than what theirs.
It could be a great idea though. Would your
That's true. I
idea
could
be
test it
superior?
out sometime just
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah.
Well, there will be two gore. I don't want to give too much away, but after seeing these and stuff, I wrote another scene for. There's at least 3 kills in the movie that I have planned out.
Well, it's kind of fun because every time we're playing around with things, like sometimes other ideas pop up.
Yeah.
Like happened with the arm. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Every time I see stuff, then I keep making. So anyway, it's going to be a very fun. Not just movie, but I think it's gonna be a fun experience.
I was
All of
actually
us doing something.
talking with Diablo Joe about this, talking a
Oh,
little bit about
nice.
the film, and I said it's hilarious. I said it's not a script yet, but
Mhm.
all the things that I've heard that Neil shared with me are funny. It's funny.
Good. I'm
Good.
very happy.
Good joke.
So I can share this. This is there. I have several different posters. Some of them I like better than others, but this one is kind of like a retro poster that Troy is in, and I'm gonna work
so
on a
great.
couple of things, but I do love.
I
it.
love that one.
That's so great. Oh my
love
god.
Troy's expression.
I do like that. I know there's a lot of 80s stuff, but I do like the effect of having the fold in the center.
Yeah. I added that at the end. Also, so for anyone who does like Photoshop stuff, if you add like some texture, it also helps kind of cover up some things. So if you anyway, that is like an actual posted, an actual folded poster. Or you extract like the color from it, and anyway, you're just left with the lines.
Pepe is leaving early for a doctor's appointment to make sure that it's not infected. Pepe, if you're still with us right now, I hope you have a good luck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Good night.
No, it is not a stick from the Evil Dead movie, Nicholas. It is from Arbor Day.
Yeah. Arbor Day all the way.
I could.
Arbor Day will be worth more than the stick from Evil Dead. Forget that thing. Arbor Day all the way. All the way with Arbor Day.
Yeah.
That can be a t-shirt all the way
I
with
know.
Arbor
I'd
Day.
like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have a picture here to show everyone how big this arm is when I'll put together. It's really insane.
It is. That was the first time it was fully assembled. So I didn't have room in the basement to put it all together at once.
Yeah, I don't have room down here. Well, I guess I could, but like that could be really
Why
careful.
risk
But
it? Yeah. Yeah, and that's a perspective image, so I know.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
That's
look like
great.
some
Is
kind
it
of
super
crazy
heavy?
farmer there. I like
no, it's super light. Super
awesome.
light.
See, that was my plan. I didn't want to make it heavy because in case anybody had to wiggle it from like a height or something.
Yeah. And it could snap too, so
Yeah.
that's great.
So we had a little setback with it, but we Troy and I talked about it, and it'll all work out. Yeah. But we want to go to test stuff before we start getting, before we film anything.
Yeah.
It'll be a fun time.
Have you started using that script program thing?
No, that's my next step is to get this all down. But I have to finish a few things like getting the I want to get the awards out for everybody and stuff. But
yeah. Good plan.
Yeah, and today was the dentist, and this whole week was weird. So Wednesday, I'm not gonna go out to Tuesday. At my Tuesday at a cleaning, and then I had rescheduled this filling from months ago, but no one ever got back to me when it was going to be. And then my dentist was like, "Oh, you never did that." I was like, she was like, they'll never get back to you. Basically, we're saying like the people like in the lobby were like,
don't trust them.
Idiots.
And they had an opening. Yeah, they had an opening Thursday, which was a day, that was like 2 days from now. It was either that or like September. I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
So that worked out. Yeah. But then today, I got some shit. This isn't anything really bad, but I got a really shitty mail in the post office. Jury duty.
I would do jury duty like that.
Have you ever done it?
I've heard it can be very boring.
B loves jury duty, and I always get it. She never gets it.
Yeah, I get it all the time, and it's
all the time.
Yeah, I don't always have to go, but every time I'm eligible, I get it.
Yeah, same here. Every 5 years or whatever it is.
What have you heard?
I've been to it twice.
What did you hear when you're there?
So the one time you're just there, and they actually kicked me off. They didn't like get the fuck, but they one of the lawyers used their pick to take me off the jury.
Good.
So I was on it.
That's the way we like it.
And then
because they thought you'd be biased,
I guess. The one time I was on the jury that went to trial, so I was on a trial, and I was the foreman.
I was the foreman once. Yeah.
Interesting.
I was in my early. I think it was the first time I was eligible to go. I was like 21, I guess. And
they just randomly assigned that.
The foreman. It's whoever's sitting in the certain seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
don't ever sit in that seat if you can help it.
So it's supposed to be a jury of your peers, and the person that was the defendant was a young African American guy. The jury was all white. Me and one other girl was in their in our 20s. The rest of them were probably in their 60s. And I thought he was clearly innocent, and I was like, "Oh my God, these old white people are gonna be like, because the complaint was anyway."
Is this a sandwich court specifically?
It was Cape Cod. No, it wasn't.
Hyannis.
No, it was Barnstable.
Oh, Barnstable County.
Yeah. But to my to my surprise, every single person voted not guilty. So.
Wonderful.
so we didn't
Good.
have to
Is
sit
that-
around and argue about it.
It wasn't 12 Angry Men.
No, it was not.
No.
But it does go. I mean, it is supposed to be a jury of your peers, and it was not a jury of this person's peers. But
He must have been scared.
yeah,
Did he
afterwards,
see all
like,
of you white people.
I saw him
like,
when I was leaving, and he thanked
Yeah.
me, and
Oh.
which was nice. And I was
because you got to read the verdict. That's pretty cool.
That's true.
Did you?
Yeah, yeah.
When you're
Wow.
the foreman, that's what you do. I was
Yeah.
gonna be like Lee J. Cobb and pound my fist and stuff, but the thing was so obvious that it didn't. Like
Yeah.
the lady should have paid the guy for
It was
paying
a
her
criminal case. It wasn't, for money or something. It was.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Ours
They had him up for not attempted murder, but
Manslaughter?
no, it was like threatened to commit murder or something.
Oh.
My last one was terrible. It was during the pandemic, and I had to wear a mask, and I was so happy I didn't have to get on the jury for that one because I was having like a minor panic attack. I don't do well with masks, and
Yeah,
it was not good.
And when I was in high school, this wasn't jury duty, but I was going to be a witness because our neighbor at the time. So I heard a scream outside the house. I actually thought it was cats fighting. It was high pitched.
Wow.
And it was a girl, our neighbor at the time, and her boyfriend was attacking her. So I left her in the house. She called the police from the house. And they had a kid together, and the baby was in the house. And so I went to court about it because I was the witness. And I actually found her hair in our driveway the next day.
Oh, God.
It was pulled out of the root. And I actually called the police, and they honestly seemed like they did not care whatsoever.
Wow.
And the kid was in my grade, the boy. And I remember he was in the basketball team and stuff. And him and his buddies, he didn't, but his buddies would be like,
Is this like trigger warning kind of thing?
Maybe. I mean, they would just say, they were just like basically telling you, like, oh, she's full of shit, blah, blah, blah. And basically trying to get me to not say whatever happened. And but what happened was, so she took the baby after that, and she went back because they were from, I think, Mississippi. And so she went back home, and so she never showed up to court. So I had to go a few times, and nothing ever happened. I never.
Did they ever call you or anything? Neil? Did you ever?
Yeah, I went to court. I went to court a couple times, but she never showed up. So then eventually,
There would have been like a summons or something, and everybody's supposed to be there. Well, she wouldn't have a summons, I guess, if it was her case. Maybe, because I think a lot of those times.
When I went in, the lawyer told me, like, it was a woman. She's like, you saved her life. You might have saved her life. Cover it and left her in the house and stuff.
I don't know. Sometimes you try to. It's hard because if was this person the parent of the baby?
Yeah.
The man?
Wow.
Yeah. Because you can get in trouble for leaving the state.
Yeah, and they were both. I think I must have been a senior. Yeah, it was senior years, because I remember the one kid was in the AP accounting class with me, who was trying to tell me. But so he either was 17 or 18, I would guess, and she must have been 2.
Wow.
But they were only here for about a year. Well, she wasn't here long at all, because then she took the kid and went back to wherever they were from originally.
Wow.
But I don't know what happened to him. I think later on he ended up getting arrested.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
after we
hair out
graduated.
of someone's head, that's not going to go well in life.
That's
Horrible. Horrible.
So they were already a couple when they moved up here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They just came up here on their own and went to high school?
No. They had older. I think the parents that were there was the boy's parents.
Mm-hmm.
And she came with him. And then they had the little kids. They had like a little brother. It was that family, Troy. You probably remember this because they found cigarette burns on the little kid that went to the school you worked at.
Oh yeah, yep. I do remember. Yep, that was not a good scene.
Wow.
Yep.
Horrible.
What was his name? He was a nice kid, but
Yeah, as long as you're not like married to him or something, I guess.
no, I mean the little kid.
What's the villain's
the little
name?
kid.
Yeah, let's put
Yeah.
him on freaking blast.
Yeah, I shouldn't say his name. I don't remember.
You should say his name. Why
I
wouldn't
honestly
you?
don't remember.
Yeah, I remember that kid because
Yeah.
there weren't that many, cases like that went through the, like the wing. Because Sandwich, you don't get that much stuff.
I would do it.
Yeah, that was
I
bad.
never. I think they sent me something once, and I have problems with organizations, so I lost it and never went. But no one came after me. Not recommending that. I think I lucked out. But that was the only time. Should I volunteer? Be like, you know how many people don't want to do this?
I know,
Can we
that's
sign?
true.
Can people
I'll
sign up
tag
that
you in
actually
for
want
me.
it?
Like,
It's
boom,
like
you go.
donating blood.
Yep.
I could just sign up for that. Everybody out there, donate blood. It's the right thing. to do.
Yeah, it saved my
Donate.
life.
Yeah.
Blood transfusions.
Mhm.
All right. So, anything else in the world of horror that you guys
Yeah,
want to
what's going
talk
on
about?
out
We
there?
don't have a lot.
Were you going to talk about Abigail or something like that?
Sure, Abigail. So, like I'd said earlier, so we're Abigail. It's a vampire. Spoiler alert! If you've ever heard of the film, I don't know how you
son of
don't
a
know.
bitch! I haven't seen this thing.
It's a ballet vampire movie, and people try to look if that beginning didn't mess up the movie for you, that's totally fine. But the movie was clearly designed while you're watching it for you not to know
Definitely.
that she's a vampire.
Yeah. There's a little implications of there's danger. So
Right.
like the premise to begin with, because I saw the beginning, is I thought I got there like a little late. So I'm walking into the theater, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes late. And it's like an action movie. And I'm like,
Yeah, it's a group of
before
people.
I've accidentally gone in the wrong theater, but it was the right movie
Yeah.
with like this like team of people that go in and they're committing crimes. It's very like action bank heist kind of vibe.
Right.
And they're
right.
all the team and they drive away.
Yeah, it's a team of people assembled who all have their own skills for and they're put together to kidnap this girl.
Yes. So then they get to
Giancarlo
the
gets
house.
them all together, right? Like,
Right.
This what I get from the ad, from the
Right,
trailer.
right.
I get Giancarlo gets a group of people together to kidnap this girl.
Yeah.
Who has wealthy parents, and they're gonna get millions of dollars.
Right.
Split it between the 6
So
people or whatever. it is.
by the ad, don't you
I
assume
know this from all from the ad.
From that ad, when you assume that either you find out fairly early on she's a vampire, or it's not important to the audience knowing she's a vampire or not a vampire.
Well, yeah, because if not, they advertised it completely wrong.
They do 100%.
Have it as
because,
like a kidnap movie, and then have that as the big reveal.
right. So because the first time and people try to argue with me, well, the it's supposed to be the actor, the characters don't know, but it's not. I just think that's factually incorrect. I don't think it's even something to argue personally. The movie is set up for the audience not to know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it
everyone
sounds
going
like
out
it.
already knows.
Yeah.
Which was kind of my problem with what's the movie with
From Dusk Till Dawn.
From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
It's like I felt like they kind of swerved me on that one.
What was your expectation?
It's been so long. I don't really remember, but
See,
I
I
remember
like
being
that.
cheated
I like
by it.
that you go and thinking something else. And then
Yeah,
something else.
maybe.
But this
maybe I don't know. I'm
this-
trying to remember what the ad campaign was for it.
This
but I
would have been
can't
more
recall.
effective. I think they actually did tell you he's a vampire. I'm not sure. I'm not sure now, but I think this would have been way more effective if you didn't know that, or they didn't design the movie to be a mystery.
Yep.
There was a disconnect there.
And there's such a setup for those characters who are just boring stereotypes
really?
of
They're not good?
They're just stereotypes from every action-y movie. You've got like the muscle, and you've got the like kind of skeezy girl, and there's the skeezy guy, and then there's the smart, slick one, and there's like the beautiful like woman, and there's like all these very standard. And it was so lame. We're sitting there, they're all like relaxing in this mansion, waiting for their money. And the woman, the sexy woman, she starts to get read on people, and is like, you are blah, 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 and everybody's oh. And I just thought it was so fucking lame. It was just a waste of time, of non-horror time that
So you're
meant
just waiting,
nothing.
like, bring on the vampire.
Yeah, none of them are like, I don't think she was likable. She was supposed to be like the good one, I guess, but no one was likable. I didn't care. But it wasn't like a campground movie where they would just get to it and kill him.
Right.
Just get there. Move it
Yeah, I
along,
see
keep it
people
moving.
saying they really liked that scene, and I did not work at all for me, that scene. I just felt this was just so like lamely written, very just like
just waiting.
Yeah, I will say once the reveal of her as the vampire, all that stuff's fun. Like, it's filmed well, the gore's cool, and it's a fun,
And she looks
vampire
great.
movie.
The little girl
Yeah,
looks great in it.
she's probably the best. Probably the best performance I think in the movie is by her. And
is there a lot of Giancarlo, or is he just like at the beginning?
He's in a couple. He's a little bit in it, but not a main
That's
character.
kind of a waste too, because I love that guy. I can't get enough of him.
And I feel like a lot of the stuff is just directly from other movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's scenes right out of Fright Night, which was like, it's cool if I never saw Fright Night, but I've seen Fright Night, so it's all right. I think the vampire stuff's fun to watch. The big payoff, I guess, at the end is I've seen I just saw exactly that payoff in a movie last year, and then
oh, really?
Yeah.
So you can't recommend this one.
I think a lot of people love it. I didn't think it was very good.
Not the film for Neil.
No.
It could be the film for many other people.
I think I've been hitting a good run for movies. Like,
nice.
I think the last maybe 6 movies that I've seen at the theater I've loved.
Yeah, we had a good time at we see what's coming. There's something coming up though. I think we wanted to see too. I can't remember.
I think you're right. Tomorrow I have a play of Willy Wonka, which should be a ton of fun.
Oh, where's that?
At the Falmouth Playhouse.
Oh, nice.
They always put they do a great job with all their shows.
Very cool.
Their last one was Clue, which was a blast.
Oh, nice. What? Amazing.
And our art
I know
teacher,
her.
She was Miss Scarlet in it, and she was perfect.
Really?
Yep.
Saucy.
You'd love her. She's the coolest. She used to work at Henson, doing puppetry. Yeah, she's even got a cool like Henson puppet that she has.
Oh wow!
She's just a really neat chick. She's wicked horror based and like
nice.
Just a really, really cool chick.
So how did you go from Henson to teacher? Not that that's a bad change, but it's like a why?
I think she did this at the end of everything. I think she got like a lot of her crazy shit out of her system because she went to the West Coast and did like the horror movie stuff and like.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll show you guys sometime. I'll give it to Neil. She gave me like a book with a lot of her horror illustrations. It's really neat.
Oh wow!
You guys will get a kick out of it, I think.
Yeah, she sounds awesome.
Oh, she's the best. Nicole White. She's primo.
Nicole White.
I might have to ask her if she might want to be dancing around a tree with us. I don't know. She might.
Should be one of the special guest.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
I don't know if she's in this one or not. In this, in the Willy Wonka, but I think her son is Willy Wonka in it. So,
wow,
I'm looking forward to it.
That's very cool.
Yeah, So I know what the next one, Troy, we're gonna see, and I don't think Annabelle's. I don't think she's seen any of these new ones, but the Planet of the Apes, the new Planet of the Apes. I'm a huge fan. I love that's one franchise. If you take out the
Wahlberg,
the Wahlberg one, I love all the Planet of the Apes movies. All the original ones.
Oh yeah,
the short-lived series, and I love all these new ones.
I'm just not a Planet of the Apes person.
Oh my god, I love Planet of the Apes. Love them
I
all.
even like the animated series. It didn't last long. It was like a mid-70s thing. It was like the Star Trek series.
I was just gonna say, is it like the Star Trek one?
For it. I think it was the same company. I don't know if that was that Funimation, or am I thinking of?
Oh, I don't know.
I might be giving somebody credit that it wasn't them. But whoever it was the same like animation company,
Yeah.
and like
The same, like,
brilliant.
looks like Hasbro toy.
Exactly. They were like the Mego toys, the Mego action figures, which I remember having all the Star Trek collection from the 70s. Poor Mego, though. They put on the best like series of figures.
Oh, they're
all
great.
They have a cloth
with the real clothes,
Mm-hmm.
and
They did
points of
the-
articulation, which is important for me. The guys actually move.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they ever broke, it was kind of cool. We figured out. Actually, it was our grandmother that figured it out. If you wound like a piece of elastic through the body, you could put the arms and legs back on in case they broke, which was pretty
Wow.
Yeah, then I'd use the same trick with the GI Joes too.
Maybe that's a trick that can happen in Arbor Day for something.
good. And then the I don't know what year it was. What year did Star Wars come out? 78, 79?
Yeah, so they're like, we don't want this movie. We're gonna go to the black hole.
They're like,
Black
"Hey,
hole is great. Do
here
not
are
trash
your
the black hole.
choices." And they went with, well, that Star Wars, it's not going to make a dime. We're going to go with the black hole.
I love the black hole.
Yeah, but their
Come on.
toys. Did you ever see the toys?
And I think you could admit between the black hole and Star Wars, one took off a little more.
Yes.
That doesn't mean
Yes.
one's better than the other, but if
I'm
you-
not saying that the black hole is a superior film,
Yeah,
but
I
I love Black Hole and the villain robot. I found that recently.
Oh,
and
the
I was
big
watching
black
it.
robot like floating around.
The Max. It's like an evil villain robot he's a villain.
Yep.
That's a good movie. You should both revisit it. It's so much better than you actually think it is.
It probably is.
Yeah. They got the two little floating robots.
That was one of those
God.
movies, though, that almost killed Disney. That movie,
What?
and yeah, those didn't do well
No.
at all. That one, and the other one is one of my all-time favorite movies. Something Wicked, This Way Comes, which I just adore the movie.
Oh,
But nobody went to see that.
wow.
I think I was the only one in the theater when I saw it.
Wow.
I'm a big fan too.
Yep. Great Ray Bradbury story, great movie. Nobody saw it.
That's so sad. The world wasn't ready.
It might not have been. Yeah, at least it wasn't like, because I remember around that same time period when when Ralph Bakshi made the Lord of the Rings animated movie.
Yes.
And I was so geeked, I couldn't wait. I had the day written on the calendar, went to see it, and just huge pile of shit. I was like, wow, this is terrible. And I think then years later, when I went to see like the live action Lord of the Rings, fists are up going, you're not going to fool me again. And then I fucking loved it. And we went and saw it a second time right after the first time. So that
Isn't
same
the-
day, like as soon as it got out, we went and got 2 more tickets and went back in and saw
Oh,
it again.
nice. The animated one from way back, don't they have like
Rankin Bass, that's the balls.
That one's fun, yeah.
Yeah, the
which
Hobbit
is
and
the one
then
that's
the
got,
Return
like,
of the King.
Yeah, that's the Hobbit and Return of the King, but for whatever reason they don't have the other ones.
No, because I think they didn't want to step on Bakshi's toes, so they didn't do the
With
fellowship.
that- garbage, like people, like
Yeah, he ran out of money because the
I
stupid
can't even
bastard went
describe
in
it.
with
You
a
do like
quarter.
rotoscope over like live action people.
Yeah.
And then
just kind of like
he'd
scribbles
squiggle
over them or
some
something.
like red eyes, like, oh yeah, these are orcs. No, they're a bunch of motherfuckers with bed sheets on. You squiggled red eyes. Don't lie to me. And why is Boromir a Viking? What is this crap? What am I watching?
Oh my god, this is not good.
No,
it's not good.
Screw you, Ralph Bakshi. That's what I say.
The Hobbit is Return of the King is excellent, but The Hobbit is like,
Oh, that's the
my
best.
god.
Right
I
down to,
actually
like,
think I've got
whoever's
the
singing-
record. The little
Whoever's
tiny
singing,
record.
like, the road goes ever, ever on over.
Is that with Frodo
Yeah.
of the Nine Fingers?
Yeah.
in the
Well, that
ring?
was that was in the Return of the King one. Yeah.
I think The Hobbit. I know they were made for TV, right? The Hobbit.
Yeah.
Was it?
And
Yeah, I think so, because they were only like 40 minutes long.
but I think that's actually the first movie that I saw in a theater because they showed it.
Really?
I think at the American Legion, or I consider it a theater because I was
Oh,
like
no
a little
way.
kid, and
Oh,
we went to
wow.
see it in there.
That's
That's
awesome.
very cute.
Remember they used to show movies sometimes at the wing school
I
too.
do
They would-
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. In
'Cause
my
I was
mind,
so
I was watching them at a
disappointed.
theater, but I think it was just in the cafeteria and they put it up on like a projector screen.
Nice.
Because we brought the
That's cool.
nephews, and they were like 9 and 6, maybe, and they were showing the original Willy Wonka, and
Oh,
we brought them and like, you guys are gonna love this movie.
And be
20
scared.
minutes in, they were like, "This is the worst movie we've ever seen."
Oh, no.
Boring piece of
No.
shit. Every kid in that place is out doing something else.
Well,
they're just totally bored with it.
well,
was
the
like,
beginning
wow.
is long.
And B and I are singing along. We're having a great time. The kids are all like, we couldn't care less.
Because it's like when they're actually in regular world, it is
Oh, yeah.
long, I will say. Yes.
But they didn't like any of it. Even like,
Nothing?
you think with Augustus getting sucked up into the, no, they
No.
didn't give a shit. They were like, no.
That's very sad.
I was like, wow.
You have to get them young now. You got to like really.
Oh, that was pretty young, I thought.
No, you got to be like the
Yeah.
womb. You start putting like a speaker up to the mother's.
Lot of fetus talk
the
tonight.
womb.
Yeah.
It's our shout out to Kirby. Jack Kirby, still the king.
Yes. We've got Todd Yeager in the audience.
Yeah, Todd, who was a
Good
movie
to see you,
part of
Todd.
Arbor Day.
Yeah.
The Candyman can here from Nicholas Hatch. Good to see Nicholas around and our boy Dave Deadman. I don't know where Coast is.
Coast is occupied. He's too good for us now. No, I know Coast is here in spirit. Coast
Yeah,
would be,
yeah.
could be. So I hope Coast is okay.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
worrying about you when you don't show up, guys.
Yeah, he's a good man. He actually he was on he videoed In Your Head this week.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah. He videoed on Without Your Head one night when it was just me, and I threw him out the link.
Model
and
magic. That is that stuff.
That's the
break
Crayola
up?
model magic. It's
Yeah.
awesome. It's air dry and it's stupid light. It weighs nothing.
And that will is it strong?
It's fairly strong. I mean, like you
It's like got a
break
little
it,
smorch too, isn't it?
but it's pretty neat.
That's very
There's a
cool.
weight when it dries, but
I got some of that at
ain't
work,
a
but I haven't used it yet.
try
For
it
my
out
art
because
group.
like it's neat.
I should do that. I'll have my art people use it.
Yeah.
My old
group.
art teacher gave me like a case of it, when she retired.
That's awesome.
Yep.
I'd like a case of stuff from my high school. Man, they had
I
good
know it's
stuff in
always
high
neat
school
when they
for
give you
art.
the stuff.
Yeah.
I remember
get
the old-
Well, and
enough
if they
of
don't
the
give it,
stuff.
you just steal it.
Yeah.
That was
That's what
terrible.
I mean, I knew, but
Speaking
Yeah.
of
I
this
remember
stuff,
the
I
old
actually,
Kemper
I-
tool stuff.
I actually
that, like,
emailed
the
Garrett
clay
Morris
stuff,
last
right?
night.
What's that, Troy?
Garrett Morris.
Yeah.
I don't know if your school had it, but like all of our clay tools were made by Kemper. And so they
I
had
don't
the
know.
wire cutters and
Oh,
the
those are great.
all the little scrapers and stuff. And I found out that they're the greatest things for doing pumpkins. And so
I used all the things for my pumpkins. Oh
Yep,
yeah.
that's and they
Oh
work
yeah.
so well.
Yes, it's the best.
Yep.
Yep. You make little.
Because
Also,
I tried using the regular, ones that you'd get in like a kit,
oh, it's
and they
garbage.
bend and just
They're
unless you have
terrible.
the
They don't
softest,
saw.
they're awful.
Those, and I have you can get, I don't know if it's a surgical toolkit. It's a little thing, and it's got different scalpels in it, and that's
Ooh.
awesome.
I would probably dig that too.
It's very good. It's a very good pumpkin carving stuff. The Chatterer pumpkin would have never been without those kinds of tools. That came out really nice.
Yeah.
I love that one. That's one of my
Yeah.
favorites.
Thank you.
I don't know what happened this year. This year I didn't get a chance to carve a pumpkin.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell I was doing.
Yeah. I get very bummed out if I don't get a chance to carve one. I don't even know if I did one this past year.
No, I was pissed at myself because I was like,
Yeah.
and time kept ticking. I had a big, beautiful pumpkin, and for whatever reason, just it remained. It
Do you get
became
market basket pumpkins?
I think we did, and it was a big ass, beautiful.
Yeah, we actually both got one, and neither of us. I just left it outside.
Yeah,
for
we
a long
just
time.
was like, wow, look at that.
Which
At
is
least
still.
I posted.
Yeah, it was still. It
Take
was
the
on
seeds,
display.
and
I had it
I
on my
made-
deck.
yeah.
So yeah.
Actually, I have a pumpkin right here that really should be rotten.
Wow.
Was
Yeah, I
in
think
Salem.
gourds last forever,
I guess I looked it up. I'm like, how long is this going to last? Because it's been since that season. I was with a friend in Salem, and we were prowling around. Well, I was prowling around, and I dragged her along. And there's this beautiful old historic building, and along the side of it, instead of having flowers, it was I call it a pumpkin, but it was just loaded with them, and it was loaded. I'm like, oh my god, that's amazing! I'm gonna take one. She's like, no, you should take one too. So I converted her to thievery.
Nice.
But this has been here for a long time, and I looked it up, and it said that one day it'll just putrefy.
Oh, really?
So-
Because I think with gourds, the neat thing, eventually everything inside will dry, and just the seeds remain, and then it'll be like your own little rain stick, and you'll be able to shake it, and the seeds will be shaking around and stuff. It might take a couple of years.
I'm okay with that because it's
Yeah.
still a glorious, beautiful little thing. It's right
See, because
here
I
at
had
my
a
desk.
similar experience. I have a tree stump down here,
Oh.
and people told me, well, after a year or two, the bark will soften, and you can just pop it right off the rest of it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, cool, because I want to make like a little mushroom gnome
Cool.
table for outside.
Yeah.
And it's been 6 years, and the bark is as hard as a rock, and it won't go
Wow.
anywhere. So maybe one day the bark will soften. So I tell you, the seeds will, and you'll be waiting for 10
In
years.
time.
Troy fucking
I'll
lied
pass
to
this
me.
along to my
Yeah.
nephew in my will.
Dave says
Oh.
that tripped me out. Your hand left the screen empty, and a half second later, there was a pumpkin in it, like a magic trick.
And Presto. Now, speaking of Salem, I had told Nasty Neal earlier today that I was jubilant for a moment, and then I crashed back to earth because they were having a Edgar Allan Poe haunt at a house in Salem.
Wow.
And so it was all Edgar Allan Poe based stuff, and you
Yeah.
had to walk through and do this whole haunted house thing. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm so there. This is brilliant. And so I looked it up, and it was like $20 a person. I'm like, it's not
Very
bad at all,
reasonable, yeah.
Yeah. And then I kept looking through the thing, and they said that the entire thing will take you 10 minutes to do. I'm like, so I'm going to drive 2 hours to Salem, do this for 10 minutes, and then drive 2 hours home?
I question that
can't see
too.
it.
I mean, if they push you along, that would suck. But I know when I go to something like that, like if I go to the Museum of Fine Arts, I could be there for eternity because I spend much longer looking at things than a lot of other people do.
Yep.
I will be there. Have you been to the Salem, the Peabody Essex Museum? And they've got that, it's like a house.
Yep.
Like from Asia. I don't remember if it's from China or Japan or where in Asia, but it's an Asian house. It's got tiles and everything that they took apart. The family did this. They took it apart and rebuilt it. So it's in
that's super
film.
cool.
It's so cool. And you go inside of it and it's all old furniture. It's got a courtyard with, oh my God, it's awesome.
Yeah,
Neal,
I
you
got a
should
habit of
film.
that at the like the Museum of Fine Arts too. Like the last time when they had like the Edward Hopper thing, like I linger. I like probably for too long. So we have like the third group of people going through it. I'm still there looking at the same shit, and people are like, "Okay, you can move along there, buddy." Like, no, I can't. This is fucking amazing.
Yep. Same. So your 10 minutes could be probably a lot more than 10 minutes.
But they might push you along a little bit meaner at that place, you know.
That would suck. But
Yeah. So
Are there
I
other
was
things
all
you could do with
excited
your
when I
time?
found it, and then I was like, "Oh no."
That's too bad.
I did find out it was like the 150th anniversary of maybe Poe's death.
Oh,
And so
wow.
they were having a super huge thing, but that was in Baltimore. So,
Oh.
you know, ways to travel, but it would be pretty neat, I think.
Yeah.
Because they were
Wow.
having a giant festival with all kinds of guest speakers and writers.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that would probably be a good time.
Yeah, that would be really cool. We saw, we were looking for food the other day in Boston, and we went a roundabout way that we don't normally go, and we passed the Edgar Allan Poe
Yeah.
sculpture. That he's like against the
Oh
rain,
my
and there's
God.
all the
Love
things,
that.
and it's so cool. But I guess he hated Boston.
Oh,
but
really?
Boston still like lays claim to him. Yeah.
Well, I think he was born there, wasn't he? And then when he was like a child, then he went to Baltimore or something.
Yeah,
to get
I
adopted.
really think, if I recall, he shit all over
Oh.
Boston. He's not into it. But oh well. Sorry, Ed.
It is a cool boat. It's got the Raven and
Oh yeah.
He's got like a
got his big head.
satchel.
Edgar Allan Poe just had a big ass head.
I have a big head.
I like that. Yeah, but he had like a big round head. He had like a big pumpkin head.
Can't find it.
His
I
head
took
was
a
like
picture
your
of it before.
gourd, you know. Like the stem would be his neck. He just had a big
Oh.
ass, you know.
Edgar Allan Gord.
Yep, exactly. Give it a
I
mustache.
bought-
It's him.
I bought more cheesecake, so I may be back to my reviews soon.
Oh, fun.
Hey, good
Exciting.
man. You like
I
to
hope
hear
you're
that?
doing good, Todd.
Yeah.
No pressure on any reviewers ever.
Oh, I'm saying pressure. Do it up.
No
Oh,
pressure. So
Little Rankin Bass
we
hit. Where
appreciate
there's a
you.
whip, there's a way.
Now you're speaking.
Oh my
his
God!
language.
Yes, that's so. The
We
music
don't
in
want to
that.
go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
They should have had that. They should have had music in the Lord of the Rings series and The Hobbit, because it's in the books. It's not like there isn't music. It's in the books. So, but that's just me. Well,
I miss Tom Bombadil too. I wanted him there, but
thank you.
you can't have
Thank
everything,
you.
I guess.
I came up with other people, geez, way back when I was around my old friends, and all of them voted against Tom Bombadil.
Oh my God!
What is wrong with you? The whole thing is amazing, right?
Shame.
BS. Tom Bombadil. Neal, I wish you knew more.
I don't know anything about.
Maybe you could do the audiobooks of Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings.
that'd take me like a month probably.
I think, Neil, the first one is free on Audible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
listen.
I don't know if it's just a week-long thing, but if anybody has Audible, the Fellowship of the Rings, free.
Oh wow! I'll go add that right now. They did a Audible original, which is like an audio play, basically. It's not the full book, but it was 1984.
Oh, nice.
And it was a
Oh,
little.
you told me about that.
Yeah, so when I first started listening to it, it was odd because like the musical choices made it feel like it was like this comic book action movie. And I was like, this is
really?
odd. And is it Andrew Garfield who's Spider-Man?
Oh yeah, he reads it.
He's Winston.
Oh
and
wow.
He does not like he doesn't really capture Winston how I envision him. The guy, it was like an all-star cast. It was a bunch of people doing the voices. Once they got into it, it was a little better. They did the ending really well, but that's kind of hard to mess up. But they really cut so much out of the story.
Oh no
so
way.
It's like, who's not Big Brother, but who's not to spoil 1984 for anybody, but who's the
They've
guy?
had enough time to read it by now, I think.
Yeah, who's the guy that Winston and Julia
It's
go
been
to?
so long, Neil, I can't remember.
Now look.
Well, he's the main villain of the story,
Oh.
and so for
It
the
was
story,
Richard Burton in the movie, right?
Exactly, who
Yeah.
does a great job.
Yep.
So they go and meet him. They think he's the leader of like the rebellion, whatever. They join up with him, and then then things evolve. And then eventually find out that he's really working for Big Brother.
O'Brien.
O'Brien.
okay.
O'Brien, exactly. So they go meet O'Brien. They pledge allegiance to O'Brien, down with Big Brother. The very next scene, they're together, gonna have sex in their meeting place. And immediately they come and take him away. And I was like, what the hell? Like,
wow.
It's like a minute later. Like,
huh.
So that was weird. And a lot of the music was very wrong. That, and they played a lot of stuff that seemed like was right out of like Stranger Things. So it was like that 80s sync
No
stuff.
way.
And
That's
I was like,
so weird.
1984 isn't a reference to like the 80s. It's
That's
a
too
dystopian
funny.
future
They got
of
prior
Madonna
to
playing
80s
in the
existing.
background.
Yeah. So that was very odd. So
Yeah.
I saw someone like really going crazy for it, but I think it's someone who never read the book or didn't know the story before. So if it's a powerful story. No one's going to take that away
if it
from
brings
it.
you into it, that's
Yeah.
good. I think sometimes the music on Audible can like do you in, because the one time and I usually have good experiences, but when I got can't remember the King story. It's about like these wasn't Dreamcatcher. These little people that come out and they like steal your life force. They have scissors and they can cut these little ribbons that are floating above you and take.
Yeah, it's not Tommy Knock. Is that Tommy Knock?
No,
it's
no.
I know
this
what
one
you're
isn't
talking about.
aliens, but they're like just little people that most
Weird.
people can't see. Insomnia. And so Eli Wallach read it, and it's a story about old people, and I'm like, Eli Wallach, this is gonna be perfect, and it wasn't. Because they had a lot of like really loud, powerful music that didn't fit in with the story at all.
Yeah, that's how the 1984 music was. It did nothing fit.
And Eli he was good as the old guys in the story, but as the old women, he was just awful. He just was so bad. So I can't recommend that one. Like grab the book and read it. Don't let Eli read it to you.
Yeah, it can be good when they put a lot of production value in that stuff, but it can also really be lousy because it can make it sound very cheesy. Where that can be actually kind of fun if it is like a short radio drama.
Oh yeah.
But when it's like the full book, I don't know, it can just like kind of ruin it in a way.
Yep.
The guy who read I Am Legend, though. Now, I think that's the first audiobook I remember listening to. I don't know if it's the first one, but I just remember it was so good, and I just remember him always going Neville for the zombie that's like banging on the door, or the vampire banging on the door.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first one I remember. And if it was the first one, it was because I think if I would have listened to one that I didn't like, I might have just been like,
that would have been a bad thing then.
because it was really hard. The one where King read it himself, it was hard to get through.
King can put you to sleep. That's why. Yeah.
Yeah, he's friendly, but I'm like,
Twice writer.
Yeah,
public speaker.
I'd be like, I don't care. I don't even know what the hell's going on anymore. I just stopped paying attention. So then I have to go back like hours back in the book. And that took me forever to get through.
I need to get back into the audiobook because I did Christine. And that was I'd never read Christine. And I hate to say it, Neil knows I've never seen the movie.
Wow.
Oh, one of my favorite movies.
Oh, I thought you knew this, Neil. I know, and I know this of you, and I've been embarrassed and ashamed. So I thought if I'm going to do anything, I was inspired by Neil's audiobook experiences, and I found it, and it's.
And on long drives, like Audible's the best. You put on like an audiobook. You know, we've got a Fast Cat in New Hampshire this weekend. So we'll have 2 hours, but we'll listen to something. It'll be, dynamite that way.
It's weird. In some ways, I I wouldn't say the movie's bad or anything, but there are parts of the movie I think is better, is done better than the book in a way.
For Christine?
Yeah.
Christine? Yeah.
I'm curious. I haven't seen it yet.
I think you'll love it. The best bully.
Yeah,
ever.
I love the the book, the audio book. So the book, because it's read from the book. It's so good. I can find out.
I think it was read. It was the one I listened to was good. I can't remember. There's a few people that really read the King stuff well.
Yeah,
that do a few of them.
It was great.
The lady
I feel like
Captain Janeway, she reads like some of my favorite stuff on there. Like she did a couple of Joe Hill stories, and I'm
a big fan of Joe Hill's books. He's a lot younger, obviously, than his father, but boy, he's not throwing him out there like his dad.
Yeah, if you want one, Annabelle, I think that you'd love. Check out Nosferatu on there. I think she reads that.
It's really good,
and it's awesome. It's a Joe Hill one.
Yeah,
and it's a vampire car, little Christine-ish, but it's an old what is it, Neil? Rolls Royce.
Yeah, it actually
NOS 4A2.
Bad. Yep.
Yeah.
NOS 4A2. Is that the license plate?
Yeah.
That's neat.
Yeah.
The show is so bad. Stay away from the show.
I can't
listen to the book.
There's references in Dr. Sleep to Nosferatu, and I really like that because it's like not only does Stephen King's world connect to all his books, Joe Hill's stuff is also in the universe.
Yep, and Owen King's the same way. He's only got like 3 or 4 books, but Owen does the same thing in his, which is the one story by Owen that I think you guys would love. It's something about a haunted theater, and it's so good. He's probably the run of the litter because Joe Hill's got a bunch of books, not as many as his old man, but Owen, one of his books just I think is great. Each of the Kings has a like end of the world book. So like Stephen King, you have The Stand, and then with Joe Hill, you have The Fireman, which is a great story.
Is Tabitha King good? Because his wife writes too.
I think she does kids books.
By her.
What's that now?
I thought she did kids books.
She
Does
might.
she?
I could be wrong,
I'm
but
not sure.
I know she writes.
But I'm happy that all the King family's big supporters of audiobooks.
Oh yeah. And Owen, his is Sleeping Beauties, which is also like an end of the world story.
Oh,
and
really?
It's really good.
I like
and
those
each
kind of
one's so
stories.
different, like it's pretty cool.
I'll have to check that out.
I think you'd like it, Neil, because you
Fireman's
like
great.
The Fireman too. Yeah, The Fireman's an
Fireman's
awesome
great.
story.
I think I've liked all the Joe Hill books I've read. The Fireman.
I kind of love Joe Hill, actually.
Nosferatu, Heart-Shaped Box.
Heart-Shaped
That would make
Box,
a really
looking
good
for
movie.
A great ghost story. That's the one.
Heart-Shaped Box is really good. And did he do horns?
He did do horns. Did you ever read the book? Or?
No.
It's different from the movie.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of movies.
And that's his first one.
Then I've read some
all
of his short stories.
Are great. Yeah.
It's weird when I read the one that what's the movie based the one with the mask?
Oh, the Black Phone.
Yeah, the Black Phone.
Oh.
And I really liked the movie. And then I read the short story, and I was like, "What the hell? This short?" I think I read the short story first, and I was like, "How are they making a movie after this? It's like 5 minutes long."
Yep.
And they
Was that on the American Ghost one?
Yeah. They did a good job. They took kind of the basic thing that's set up and really expanded on it, which sometimes is really hard to do. Usually it's a failure, like the Lawnmower Man or something.
Yep.
The Lawnmower Man, though, that has absolutely nothing to do whatsoever.
No.
I mean,
a
like the Running
shows
Man
up to, like mow a guy's lawn and he eats his lawn. And not quite the same as the movie.
No, the Running Man is an absolutely different universe, but it has the basic premise.
Yeah, yep.
But Lawnmower Man has absolutely nothing to do besides the name. There's absolutely no connection whatsoever. I don't know how can you even get away with that? Like, I'm just going to put the name of your book on this, and it'll have no connection at all in any way.
A guy, if you ever catch a book and Neil Gaiman's narrating it, read it. Get it, because he does such a great job with everything I've ever heard him do. He does one of the Joe Hills on one of the short stories.
Oh, really?
And it's
That's
about this
cool.
like guy on the tube, and a werewolf gets on with him, and he's just fucking Mr. Werewolf. He's wearing a suit and a tie, but he's a werewolf. And Gaiman, like, he reads it. It's just awesome. I can't remember.
And I would think anything he reads would kind of be. It's not like he's just getting paid to read it. I think you actually have to enjoy
he
it.
gets so
He's
into it.
doing
Yeah. Yep.
She does. I thought she was a horror writer, but then the kids' book thing threw me. Horror, sci-fi, fantasy. That's what she does. Horror, sci-fi, and fantasy.
Okay. I'll have to check her stuff out, because I've never read any of her stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of Tabitha King books, but let's see.
That's pretty neat, though. They're all over there. Just everybody's got their own little time.
Yeah, right. As of 2006, had published 8 novels and 2 works of nonfiction.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah,
check that out. And this is another book that I want to mention. Well, it's part of the what's Clive Barker's series of books, the Books of Blood, and the Midnight Meat Train. The movie, it's got like some cool ideas and stuff. It's not that great. The book, the short story.
Oh, is it
great? Yeah,
okay.
That's one of my. It's probably my favorite story I've read out of the Clive Barker Books of Blood so far. I haven't.
Yeah, because the movie was so uneven. There's parts of it I really dig, like the killer guy. I think is great. You know?
Yeah, that guy's like not even in the story.
Oh, but yeah, that's awesome. That's beautiful.
We sort of is, I guess, but it's much different. But it's really cool. I would recommend it. The only problem with the Books of Blood, the Clive Barker stuff gets very repetitive. And I don't want any Clive Barker fans to attack me, but there are very, very many stories about a demon or a monster, something, raping a woman. This happens very, very frequently in these. And I'm like, there was even a couple times like, am I reading this again? I'm like, no, it's a different one. It's very weird.
But the Christine guy is Holter Graham. I don't know who he is, but he did a fine job.
I'm trying to think. Like, now I'm gonna have to go through my list of what I have and see if I can find him on something.
He did great. It was really good. I was very invested in the story
because the name's familiar to me.
His depiction of the villain there, he was very like antsy, and at first I didn't know if I liked it, but yeah, it was good. It is very late. I need to.
Yeah, we gotta get out. But this has been an excellent show. I've had a great time. Amazing guests. We started out the show strong and continued. We had both guests, the beginning, the middle, and we went over Arbor Day. We talked. We gave out the awards, and then we just chit chatted, and it's been a wonderful time. I love it when all three of us are here.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's always the best.
Yes.
So we're gonna play us out with Valentine Wolf, our new music of the month, and we'll be back next week. I don't have anyone scheduled yet, but we have a lot of people in the works.
There's a lot of people in a waiting list. You know,
so
we've got there.
I'm gonna try. I try to get people on time-sensitive stuff if they have something to plug. You know, the crowdfunder, and we'll work it out anyway. So keep an eye over on the Without Your Head group on Facebook. And hit the like button here on YouTube. However you're watching it, go and subscribe on YouTube. Hit the like button. Hit that bell icon. Share it out to the world.
Write us a nice IMDb review, too.
Yes,
Always
that
a
would be
good
very
thing.
sweet. Very nice. Very nice.
So that guy's read 215 books on Audible,
Damn.
and I have 35 on my. So I have.
Dang. So
I
you know
have-
him.
He's great. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, so do all that. Also, follow us on Twitch. I believe we hit 50 during we hit the 50 milestone during Severed Limbs. So now
it's a
we
brand
can
new
add
venue
stuff
for
on there.
Without Your Head.
That's
is
my
the
follow.
Twitch.
Yeah. Do it up. All right.
That's my follow.
And
Panama.
is there an Instagram for Without Your Head?
Yeah. I don't have a personal Instagram. I have In Your Head and Without Your Head. So there's a Without Your Head Instagram. Yeah, so you can follow that. We're on TikTok. You can follow that until it gets
Till it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, Without Your Head. It's just Without Your Head, straight Without Your Head.
Everywhere you find Without Your Head, go there.
So let's go over 2,000 followers on the Instagram. All right.
All right.
Until next week, this is Nasty Neal.
That would make me terrible, Troy.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And this is Without
Your
Head.
Ah!